Okay, are we good? We're good. What's going on, stream? How's everybody doing? Hope you guys are well. Welcome. It is Friday. We will not be in Pantheon this evening, as it is, I guess, Lore You Ready Part 2. This will be the conclusion. It looks like we have enough content to get through the stream, so there won't be a Lore You Ready Part 3. We'll get started here in a minute. I would have started a little bit earlier, but on my way home from work today, had my window rolled down, and a wasp was kind enough to pop in and introduce itself. And then when I tried to flick it out of the car, it went somewheres down under the car. I don't know where, and I still can't find it. So I have a wasp trapped in my car right now, and it's a nuisance because I know he's still in there somewheres, and I have to go on a lengthy drive tomorrow, and I don't want him to be there when I get in the car. But he's going to be there when I get in the car. And the problem is, am I going to be able to find him? I have, dude, what a nuisance. Anyways, I was out there looking for him. Nothing flew out of the car that I saw, so I haven't been able to find it yet. I know he's in there. I can't get quite everywhere. There's certain parts under the seats that I can't get to, even by moving the seats. I still don't have access to it, and I don't have any compressed air on me, so I can't do a test. You know, shoot some compressed air under the seat and see if I can scare it out, or at least, you know, knock it in the open so I can see it. Anyhow, we got to get these videos started, so we're not going to wait much longer. We left off last week with episode 13, which was about the ogres. So if you're looking to catch up with part 1, it's still on my Twitch VODs for the time being. I'm sure it will disappear next week, as my VODs typically only stay for 2 weeks. If I was a partner, it'd be there indefinitely, but I am not, so it will not be there. Anyhow, let's go ahead and jump into this. You guys will have to let me know if it's too quiet or what have you.
With loyalty that is not easily won or lost, elves carry an immortal sense of how fleeting life is.
I forgot. We want to get away from the closed captioning.
Born of their own brushes, with total extinction.
Did I say this was the elves? This is the elves.
But far more than frail survivors, they are unrivaled artists from architecture to agriculture. With arcane and physical prowess, as natural as the wind, rain, and storm. Sibling hearts divide the race into 2 distinct groups. Ashen elves steward Fairthale from within.
Speaking of Fairthale, and I will try not to stop it too often, I believe in the next couple of weeks we might start seeing Fairthale and Body Dakar. Not entirely sure, but they seem to be working on both areas at the same time. That's 2 thumbs up, by the way.
Eternally vigilant in watch and guard, while their Ember brethren cast an aggressive eye towards the surrounding lands, rooting out evil where it resides. To understand the elves of Fairthale rightly, one must walk among the pages of their ancestors. It is a thick opus full with triumphs and tragedies, begun long before their kind set upon Terminus. On the planet Seolen, the elves lived as one great host for 1,000 years, mastering battle, trade, and the arcane. Power was concentrated into 3 realms: Guardian North, Fertile West, and Orchestral South. Yet an age of unmitigated pestilence fractured their unity, and in a climax of unrest, the militant cities of the North laid waste to the richer lands in the West. For the North deemed themselves suffering unequally. Any disparity was owed to their own mishandlings and greedy authorities. Yet they prodded themselves with false rumors of the West's secret provisions. Unifying with the demonic beasts of Tor they had so long protected our 3 realms against, the northern elves marched upon their brothers without mercy. Thus they are now the Tor Mentiri, a severed host, cut off from elvenhood for all time. Under this calamity, the elven gods, Elos and Dithir, led survivors to a lush valley far in the east, the forgotten hallows of the race's birth. The sight which greeted the refugees melted their sorrow like a radiant dawn. A tree of such enormous size it was first mistaken for a mountain laden with clouds. Up from the heart of the teeming valley the regal tree soared, arrayed in animal and vegetative life, prismatic rainbows and falling streams. The base was half a day's journey around, even upon the swiftest horse. So powerful was the trunk in its ascent that slabs of great rocks from far below the valley soil had been pulled up into side ridges.
As it stands right now, no. The spring update people are looking for, the one that pushes the PTR build out to the other servers, is still a few months away. We've had multiple character wipes on the PTR server over the past 2.5 months. I think we've had 5, and I think we're due to get another character wipe next week. But the wipe that everybody's talking about that's not involved in the PTR server right now, I think it's still a couple months out.
The 4 highest branches stretched out like bridges in the sky, though they did not altogether span the chasm of the valley. From each of the 4 chief limbs fell the fruit of a season. Leaves made of snow, blossoms of drifting rain, blooms of tangible heat, drifts of reds and golds that swirled like sands on the valley floor. There was a storm cloud caught between 2 branches, flashing glints within its folds.
Hey, thanks Melted for using your Prime Gaming on the channel, man. Sorry for talking with my mouth full, but good job dodging those ads. Thanks for the support.
Through the knuckles of the cavernous roots below flowed the emerald river Nylene, anchoring the 4 resplendent regions in fertility. This was Lumos, the second dawn. Yet in short decades, the ravenous Tor Mentiri tracked their divorced brothers to this bountiful new home. Hollowed by hatred and joining indistinguishable ranks with the beasts of Tor, they razed the valley with infernal flame. By the end of their siege, even Lumos was scorched and dying. The elves took flight into the lands of pestilence as desperate nomads. In this mourning hour, they took as their namesake the Ashen, painting their faces from elder to infant with cinders of Lumos itself. Yet Dithir pulled the hot seed of Lumos from the desecrated tree and gave it to the Ashen elves, while Elos bestowed a 2-fold prophecy, declaring that the seed would be planted anew in foreign lands. Thus, the Elven era on Terminus began with promise. Once a home was secured in the clefts of the Rhone Mountains, the hot seed was planted with solemn ceremony.
And since I've muted the mic because I was eating and now I'm not, I'll re-say exactly what I was just about to say. Thanks, Prosaic. I think when the Ember Elves and Ashen Elves come in with Fairthale, it seems to me like they're going to have unique body markings, not like your typical tattoos or like henna designs on like a character customization, but it seems like they're not going to look like the elves that we play right now. I think. And I think it has something to do with whatever power they've weaved into Fairthale and what's it called? I think it's called the Old Wood. I think. Is it the Old Wood? I want to say it's the Old Wood. I think that's what it's called. Hey, Lazy, what's going on? How you doing, man? Okay, sorry. Let's get back to the lore.
This tree they named Lucent, the third light.
Lucent Tree was the server that I started on at the beginning of Early Access. At the beginning of Early Access in December of 2024, and yes, I know I keep pausing. I don't know what to tell you. Out of the 22 servers that they had, we were on Lucent Tree. That's where I started. Not that that was important. I just thought I'd say I've mentioned Lucent Tree before a couple of times on stream. This is where it comes from.
In these first months upon the land, a new government was formed. There would be now a council of 9 branches, each with equal authority, with one from the 9 to oversee impartially. Thus there could be no reprise of the solitary guardian north, nor a west unaccounted for. Yet so winnowed were our ranks in the first years that some barely older than children served on the council for their trade.
I don't think at this time I see them adding any additional races until they get the other continents in, but I do believe you'll see gnomes next year. And I say next year, people could say, oh, that's a long ways away. It doesn't matter. We still only have one continent, right? We're supposed to be getting rainfall with the, not this update, but what would have been the summer update. They're going to bring rainfall in so they can start working on it, but we're not going to have access to it. We're not going to be able to go there, but it's going to be in game. Once they get White Thaw, which is the third continent, that's where the gnomes are from, then I think the gnomes are going to come in. And I say this specifically because if I'm not mistaken, and maybe VR will come out and tell me or tell you guys that I'm wrong, but I believe when the gnomes come in, we're going to get a new skybox, meaning at daytime and nighttime when you look up, the sky's not going to look the way it does right now. I won't say anything more than that, but I think roughly the gnomes will come in when they make that change because they're tied together. That's all I'm going to say.
Over the hundreds of interweaving years, the Ashen Elves grew alongside the mountain and the Lucent. Yet fate did not abide this sanctuary, and with the Deicide War, the Revenant ravaged Kingsreach, much like the Tormentiri of old did the Eastern Valley. Once more, the elves were forced to flee. Once more, their holy tree was burned alive. When the battle turned in their favor, the whole of the nation ran from the Silent Sanctum.
Remember, we learned about the 3 sanctums last week. If you haven't seen it, go to my VODs, go back to last Friday, and look for Lore You Ready Stream 1, and that'll get you the first 13 parts that we watched. This is the back half.
To their tortured giant, placing innumerable hands upon the trunk. There they felt a soft warmth, not from smoldering husk, but the deepest part within. From the posture of lament we erupted, snatched from grief over to joy. It was felt the glow of the heart seed, drawing up through the fissures of axe heads, below the skin curled by the departed revenant flames. The tree was wounded, but alive, and thus was Fairthale herself. In that hour, a new branch of elf sprung from the Ashen.
The Ember.
These are the Ember.
Yep.
A vibrant class who seek to return their people to the ancient days of promise on Seolem before the age of pestilence. These contrast with the Ashen, who seek only to prosper within the 5 forests around Fairthale, ambitions counterweighted by the memories of the many elven sorrows. The 2 veins of elvenhood coexist even now, though days may be drawing near that will bond them further or tear them apart. For there is the second half to Aelos's prophecy, which warned of a 3rd inferno for the elven race. The Ashen believe the Revenant fulfilled that requirement in blood and flame. Ember disciples aggressively protest that interpretation, claiming the 3rd crucible is yet to come.
Dun dun dun. So it sounds like we just learned of another location in Fairthale, which will be the Eastern Valley, whatever that is.
Today we're looking at Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth
It is
Tear.
queued to go straight through, so we
Wow.
got to put up with the
These
YouTube
wavy edges
ads.
tear so
Unavoidable.
much better than ordinary squares. And it's way softer. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear, definitely worth it. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
I'm not sponsored by any of this stuff, so feel free to not take part or buy anything here, okay? Just saying.
Amazing. Just you wait.
Get my cursor off the screen. This might be gnomes, maybe? We did elf.
Out of their own way, the Dark Mere of
Darkmere.
Cyrenai would perhaps become a contemporary of Thronefast, even its chief rival. But their native beauty, valor, and nobility have rusted down to bitter ornaments. A vast disdain for other races lurks beneath their tranquil surface.
Real quick as well, as we get a little bit further on this evening, we're actually going to learn a little bit about some of the characters you might have seen on splash screens. Just saying.
Calling none friend, and few honored as foe. Their ferocity in battle is as ancient as their heralded origin, while their tall, slender form and ghostly eyes cast an unmistakable presence. Darkmere ambitions are a pregnant mystery. Their kingdom quietly advancing on land and sea. The Mere hail from the planet of Isul, the race born at a time when her oceans were dying. Wars between ancient leviathans had erupted beneath the waves, in battles so fierce even kingdoms on land were destroyed. But the gods of Isul did not stop the calamity, fighting with each other instead of giving aid. At last, one humble goddess named Cyrenai begged the spirit of Isul for answers. Manifesting herself in the depths, Isul gave Cyrenai a sacred gift, power to bring forth a single new creation. With this gift, Cyrenai fashioned the Mere, a race with kingly hearts and furious might. The Mere struck against the Leviathans with abandon, breaking them from war and driving the terrors back into their abysses. With the oceans liberated, the gods came together to bless and rule over the Mere. Songs beneath the sea declared that the Mere carried the heartbeat of Isul herself, and the race flourished under a unified Pantheon. Yet of all the gods, Cyrenai remained their first love. In the chaos of their arrival, the Mere were poured into Terminus's lush seas. But the water worked through their bodies like poison, and they could not breathe in it. In an attempt to save the race, Nathir, the god of battle, sacrificed his body, which was composed of Isul's native seas, creating a breathable sphere of water within the ocean.
Sounds to me like the Dark Mirror starting city is going to be underwater in a bubble. EverQuest 2 had a location called Chelsith, which this reminds me of. Just saying.
Such a mighty gift, yet tragically fleeting as the waters soon mixed again. Even so, Nathir's closest followers would not move a fin or flinch a muscle.
Actually, correction, that doesn't make sense because if we're supposed to be able to go to the town or city as other races, never mind. So maybe it was underwater and then it got submerged. Or maybe this lore is going to tell us something happened.
Though they drown, their allegiance would not succumb. As I lay with my face against the sands, I saw the Nathirian god with their twin tridents grasped for battle, hovering below the surface. In my near paralysis, face half under the water and one eye above, I betook the whole of them in perfect battle formation. Firm against the death burning up within their bodies, I saw their skin turn red as the breath dried out of them in the acrid underwater breeze, their pose unyielding as statues. I could only lie still, my body just beginning to lose the deep cold of a life beneath the waves. Yet I could not stop from weeping.
This sounds like how they go from the mirror to the Dark Mirror, I'm guessing.
With her people still in harm's keep, Sirenai rushed to help the Mere, concentrating her power to transform and adapt the body she had created long ago. Yet mysteriously, her aid was kept at bay. Sickened with grief as she watched her people perishing, the brave goddess gambled on another, more perilous chance, leveraging the essence of her immortality to recreate the Mere anew, even giving them a lung by which to breathe on land and legs with which to walk. In a brilliant moment of sacrifice, the miraculous exchange saved the Mere, transforming them forever. But as the exhausted High Mortal collapsed on the shore of Terminus, the crisis she averted wrought a fate far worse. I gasped when I saw the first warrior break the surface, the air silent but for the cry of his assault. Yet soon there were dozens leaping from the surf, all descending upon Sirenai, Our Lady helpless as her devoted, helpless as a fish warming on the poacher's deck before he rips it open. Nathir's guard tore into her as if she were a threat, vengeance raw and without gratitude. In their hearts, Sirenai had participated in her own slaughter by violating their bodies as Mere and as warriors. She had dishonored them, and far too late we understood just how prepared to die our protector brothers had been. These we now call the Nathirian Red, though I have heard the name Dreadmere used as well. I can only attest to the sounds of their savagery, for I could not even move my face as the surf rolled with perfect calm over my nose and mouth, though I dared not drown for such a twisted fate that would have been. In a few hours the sun warmed my feet, yet I struggled for months to touch them at all. Many say the cries of anguish loosed that day still linger in the murky waters. The agony of losing Sirenai poisoned the Mere hearts, as had the deadly oceans. Sorrow twisting into bitterness, then hate, until darkness consumed them.
Hey, Yezi.
The Nathirian Red disappeared into the sea, searching for the means to return to true Mere form. Their brethren were left to pick up the fragments of their past, hoping to fuse them into a future. Yet the fateful day of their arrival is marked by mourning, 1 week prior and 1 week after. Among the ceremony is a reading from the Day of Testimonies, a collection of witness accounts to the lamentable day. Yet there is one creature they blame all things upon, a villain greater than the Nitherian Red, whose vicious actions they rank better than none at all.
Uh-oh. Fruit Loops.
Fruit Loops. Find the loopy side.
The finest luxury fragrances are now exclusively available
Don't
at
stink,
your
chat.
local store. Unstoppable's Unlimited collection makes everything smell
Magnifique.
luxury laundry scent beads so you can smell unstoppable.
For there he stood far above us, hovering in the sky.
Hey,
A thing
Necro.
unlike any I had imagined before. A creature who may have never been made. High in the air, he watched us writhe, the strange salvation of air filtering through our quivering bodies,
The dragon.
heaving out the poisonous liquid of Terminus's oceans. That thing we call Hermos. He and his world Terminus gouged us of all we love, turning even the waters against us. Our own people have slain their lady, and before our very eyes he watched it unfold. Though her blood ran over the sands and even under our very bodies, we could not lift ourselves up from the crimson pools for many hours. For though he departed with not a word, we speak his name to accuse him and testify of his crimes. In the present, frail age, the Dark Mere are seeking to claim the old glories of Azur. Yet they have subdued their realm of the ocean and built a glorious city in honor of Cyrenai. Yet beneath the surface of splendor, there is an unsettling current that runs through the deep places, where the Dark Mere have descended like the ancient leviathans they were born to destroy.
So I'm guessing the Dreadmere are going to be native enemies. The Archai, okay.
On the spectrum of uniqueness, the Archai come second only to their neighbor gnomes. But in a sharp contrast, the culture of Suroa is as vibrant and strong as the massive crystals and ores of its geology. Devout and sincere, Archai bodies manifest their environment. Their ethereal energy bonding with natural elements at a very young age. This permits the Archai to grow a bit larger than a human or an elf, but not suffer in agility quite like an ogre. Loving celebration and battle almost equally, the Archai are positioned well to ascend in the frail age, should they choose.
Elmir's Cave. So they're probably going to start underground.
Torn from the ancient crystalline planet of Roa, the Archai were originally created from another race of pure magical energy called the Aoine. These innocent beings were tragically deconstructed and recomposed by the vile followers of Roa's dark celestial lord,
Okay,
and
Yezi.
bred as a nation of slaves. Thus were born the Archi, a name bestowed by their similarly oppressed alchemic builders to honor the lost lineage of their ancestor Eowyn. This desecration wrought the new race with unique abilities, however. Archi were able to graft in the elemental nature from the region of Roa, where their life of slavery would begin. When water, fire, wind, or any mineral is infused into the young Archi, their weaker arcane core acclimates according to those inherent properties. These manifest in magnificent open striations, markings, and texture on their bodies, whether of flame, liquid, heavy vapor, or even precious metals and minerals. This election takes place in the childhood of the Archi in a devout ceremony called True Birth. Yet the Archi heritage is not one of enslavement, but valor, uprising, and celebration. On Roa, they waged a clandestine war of liberation, billowing into a nation of indomitable warriors, and overthrowing their captors to utter defeat long ago. On Terminus, they are renowned for their culture of endurance, poise, and intrepidness, as well as a robust legacy of jubilation, song, and display. They are said to entice danger like sport, while their people thrive on the wildly diverse island realm of Suroa, which means little home.
Ooh, gnomes. There's gotta be gnomes.
It is a splendid irony that the smallest of the foreign races contains the most mystery.
Yep, gnomes.
Peerless in understanding and wielding of the arcane, the gnomes are beings without true physical form due to events on their home world. Meticulous and easily absorbed in the many tasks aboard their floating city ship Skyhold, diligence and service tend to be the highest gnome virtues, along with sound innovation. Expansion is not a cultural aim, and the gnomes have no real enemies. But some do long to face the perils and prices of Terminus. Alas,
Stormona.
this rare planet known as a sun world,
So there you go. That's the gnomes' homeworld. Stormona.
formed from the inside out. Her very mass was grafted together in a sphere around a thimble of a star named Elos, like a pearl gathering an oyster over itself. Though a handful of colder, distant stars shined upon Stormona, its outer crust endured a shadowy veil of dimness, like a forgotten bride. For centuries, the gnomes toiled under the constant dusk of the far stars, surviving not by individual might, but a collective inertia that conquered challenges of every scale. Yet an ancient myth persisted amongst the race, It spoke of a moment occurring but once a generation, when the far stars would abandon Stormona briefly, and true night would fall upon their lands. In that sudden darkness, up through the very ground would whisper faint hues of light, the call of Elos, the one near star. A splinter of the native gnomes held on to the myth as truth, and on the long-awaited twilight they entered fissures in the metallic soil of the crust. Here they beheld the refracted flickers of radiant light coming from deep beneath the surface of their dim planet. This discovery touched off the first rift in Gnoman history, of which there are two. For by the time the travelers returned, the dusklight of the far stars had as well. The eldership of the gnomes was sundered over their account of Elos's existence. This discord was evidenced by a single bright stone, brought from the depths and presented to the council. For half of their number, the stone was rebuked as ordinary and dead. For the remainder, however, it was hailed as glowing and alive, albeit faintly. Thus, when for the first time in its history the eldership could reach no accord, it was disbanded, permitting the growing number of gnomes to return to the search for Elos. Shortly after launch, the hopeful exploration was mired in tragedy, as the gnomes learned they could venture but only so far towards Elos at a time. Their eyes were untrained for such light, which grew stronger as they neared and burned many blind at first. Their skin, too dense from the cold of the outer surface, left their bodies faint from the heat of Elos's rays. Thus, it was a patient descent, stretched over many generations, that brought the gnomes to the door of the near star at last. When their elderhood finally permitted breaking through the inner crust, there drew a sight beyond imagination. Settled in an open expanse was the majestic Elos, with small planets orbiting about in undisturbed choreography. The walls of this cavernous sphere were lined with a glowing mineral new to the gnomes, which they learned held the power of Elos's fire. This mineral they named Reservoir, for it held deposits of arcane energy which could be drawn back out and into the very body of a gnome. The powers and ability it granted were far beyond any warrior or mage. These wielders of Elos's fire became known as the Arcanos. Yet this otherworldly paradise, which ought have been beyond blemish, ushered in the second rift amongst the gnomes. All too quickly, the powers of Elos's fire were sought in gluttonous measure by the Arcanos, their personal cravings overtaking a discernment for all gnomes. Foreseeing disaster, a splinter of the gnomes petitioned the Elderhood to restrict the use of Elos's fire, pleading that the gnomes retreat for a brief time outside the inner crust. These were called the Profane by the Arcanos hierarchy, a name concocted from accusation and mockery. Though the Profane spoke with earnest fear for their brothers and sisters, the allure of the Arcanos crushed their justified concerns. The Profane were exiled into a floating prison known as the Skyhold, fated to circle Elos till she consumed them.
Hey, Ryobi.
This airborne expanse was built of spent reservoir, though the Arcanos critically misunderstood that reservoir could be infused anew. For years, the Profane painstakingly extracted the resource, constructing a pillar within the heart of the Skyhold of pure reservoir. Therein they stored a measure of Elos's fire. Yet as they labored in secret, the Arcanos worked ever more madly to draw ethereal power from the star. To this end, they constructed spires of pure reservoir, aiming the immense towers directly at Elos, sapping power beyond the natural limits the star freely gave. For gazing too long, we lost the ability to see. For taking too much, we lost the ability to feel. These grave indiscretions transfigured us into gossamer wisp things. I saw their faces as they perished, which were gleeful and serene. And were it not my lot to be woken, I too would have faded in a furious bliss and vanished. The gorge of her energy began to weaken Elos, loosing the bonds of her power in devastating surges. As her unbridled rays struck the inner crust, many of the gnomes were consumed, yet the skyhole built to lock the profane away until death bore well against the lashes of Elos for a time. When a giant hole was struck straight through the crusts of Stormona, the exiled gnomes piloted the structure through it, escaping to the quiet atmosphere of their ancestors. Yet survival had not been perfect. As the bristling energy in the reservoir continued to sift through the skyhole, a dire conclusion was reached by the gnomes. They must abandon their mortal flesh or perish. With the very power that was afflicting our bodies, we were able to repossess our souls into the reservoir cloth, called Makesh. This garment, wove from the hallowed mineral, was meant to further our survival as we drew nearer to Elos, though we knew it could not preserve us against her final embrace. When deposited on Terminus, the skyhole floated undisturbed above Whitethaw for nearly 50 years.
That's what I just said earlier, right? That's why the gnomes aren't in the game yet, because we're waiting for Whitethaw.
A deep, resonant hum slowly bore an inverted cone in the snow directly underneath the hulk. Otherwise, the ship roosted in the skies with silent unconcern. It stands as the capital city of the gnomes, striking in its inorganic majesty, begging more questions than the race cares to answer. Terminus has brought a return to the unified workman traits of their ancient brothers and sisters. And the gnomes may not have been so at peace in all their existence.
Now, the one thing that might give a little bit of hesitation, they had a lot of this lore up on the site a long time ago, and they pulled it all down. There's really only one reason I could think of why they pulled it all down. Well, two. One, they probably didn't want to give the player base a wide imagining of how much content they would have for the launch of the game. Or two, because of the changes that has happened to the company over the past couple of years, some stuff may change about the lore. So even though we're watching this now, 2 years from now, some of this stuff might be wrong. Just saying. I don't think so, and I don't know why they would change it, but I can't think of any other main reason why all the lore would be pulled off the site.
Which fruit snack did you bring?
I didn't bring any fruit snacks. Get the snacks off the table. I just finished eating. Thank you. Alright, who's next? Who haven't we seen? Scar? No, this looks too peaceful.
A refreshing blend of madness and mirth. The halflings of Wild Zen have a youthful exuberance that never dims, and a resolute spirit that makes them undefeatable. With the effortless stealth of a wolf and the devious charm of a child. There are few circumstances in which a halfling cannot work for the upper hand, especially in the trees of their home. Therefore, their reduced stature is an advantage, an unassuming and agile extension of their personalities and gifts, whether in danger, discourse, or dance. It is said that if you spend one day on Terminus, spend it in the company of the halflings and their hideaway town. An inherent mirth and musicality sit atop their combustible depth, which make friendships easy, passions flammatory, and loyalty inescapable. And like many of the castaways on this globe, the halflings were not always so composed. At one time a people of full stature, their lot was to roam across the vastness of their ancient homeworld, Hyrith, under constant fear for their survival. Thereby, through the people known as the Kiri, was the town of Kirin Sound born, a name taken to honor their protector, Kirin, the Ward of Flame. For there were 6 wards of Hyrith, though Kirin loved this race above them all, and they had adopted his name in thankfulness to his care. But the Ward of Flame was not charged to watch over the Kiri. Rather, his was to rule over a race beneath the surface of Hyrith. Yet Kirin loved the light and his people, though as punishment for his rebellion he was sworn to never speak to the Kiri, yet could lead them in silence for a time. But in this hour the discernment and bravery of a young Kiri named Marthas rallied his nomadic race to claim a land for their own. For many years they had feebly escaped from one habitation to the next, fleeing a dogged adversary known as the Fereth. Yet in the mountains of Omel, Marthas led a defense against the Fereth. In the height of battle, the Ward Kirin added to the first sight and granted him a first magic, to wield fire. From this, the Fereth retreated, never to threaten the people again. And so too did the Ward of Flame forever depart, never having uttered a single word to the race he so long watched over. Kirin Sound prospered in short order, the young mountain town benefiting from residents proud to till, clear, and build upon their own land. Before long it behaved more like a kingdom, and after Marthas, rule was passed through a line of monarchs until the coronation of King Olenspeth III. Yet on that night, the new king personified the soft luxury of Kirin Sound's era of fortune, imbibing the present and hazy on the past. For the mountains of Omel held another kingdom, the realm of Molsith, the Laughing Wraith, king of specters. Kirin's gift to Marthas had caught the Laughing Wraith's attention long ago, and on this night, he sought to ensnare his descendants. Pretending to honor King Olenspeth, a disguised Molsith presented the choice of 2 gifts to the regent: eternal life or a reign of peace. When the native king chose to never die, the Laughing Wraith howled for glee and revealed himself. Soaring above the assembly, he cursed the entire population with a birthright affliction that would diminish their physical maturity over the next 10 generations. The last generation of the race would be born only as souls, which Molsith foretold with a squeal would be used to restore him to physical life, along with the might of the first magic. King Olenspeth was granted his portion, however, fated to watch his people disappear into ethereal subjugation. Yet in the 5th generation, a maiden of Marthas's line named Leona sought out the Wraith in his cavernous underworld, deceiving him with a disguise herself. She challenged Molseth, who thought her a harmless, misguided child.
She had a guise of the deceiver.
By this time, her people had been reduced to permanent adolescence, even at the peak of their lives. And though truly a youth, Leona was a great student of riddle and the tricks of the Laughing Wraith. Declaring herself, she wagered the remaining 5 generations of her people against Molseth's wit. And the greedy king took the play without contemplation.
I wager the remaining 5 generations of my people against
got a
your
different voice
wit.
actor.
So gleeful was he that when Leona proposed a further ante, Molseth again complied.
Your laugh.
The maiden spoke into the sonorous deep.
If I outwit you, we Kiri shall gain your laugh, and you shall fall forever silent.
Though Molseth became solid at the thought, his hubris permitted him consider, but only for a moment. He returned in a voice like 1,000 vapors. Yet threaten and travail as he might, Molseth could not unwind her riddle. Trapped in his greed, the Wraith surrendered his laughter, and the suffocating curse upon the Kiri was broken. Molseth's laugh, for decades the haunt of every nightmare in the kingdom, was transformed to the emblem of his victim's joy. And the Laughing Wraith became the Silent Wraith forevermore. In that hour, their new namesake as halflings took root, for the curse could only be halted and not undone. This 5th of 10 generations embraced their halving as a harbinger of mercy. Upon Terminus, there are evidences of that past still alive in the halfling society. The Escaps, many of whom still carry the blood of Kiri nobility, have a high but sincere mind about themselves and would return to Hyrith and Kirinsound if they could. The Medine clan is an unrevealed group, even amongst halflings themselves, seeking to honor the sacrifice of Leona. They care little for the internal affairs of Wild's End, often venturing far beyond it. The Northai are an unrepentant, wild breed. They fight, sing, and adventure with, as they believe, justified rebellion, embracing the youthful gift of the unfulfilled curse. Their heritage as wraith hunters is dreadfully serious, however. To avenge the wrongs of Molseth, they persecute his ilk in every crevice of Terminus, chasing whispers that the silent wraith smolders in secret, somewhere among the realms.
Okay, Scar must be next. I think they're the last race. Right? Yeah, I think we've learned about everybody else. Or did we already learn about the Scar? I don't remember. Scar. Yeah, okay, here we go.
If there was an opposite to any good thing in every race, the Scar would stand alone in the extreme. Suicidally vicious, tribal, and short-sighted, the Scar fear only their Nine God, and are fervent only in their hatred. A ravenous desire to consume fits with their thin, predatorial size and build, and they attack to overwhelm quickly, lacking exceptional endurance.
Now, I have always thought, going back a decade, that the Scar should be the only race in the game that are somewhat amiable to each other, but hates everybody else. Meaning that all the other races, no matter what class you're playing or what have you, you're going to have to find a way to grind a whole lot of faction to be able to step into certain parts of the city. That's how I always thought about it, because I kind of squared it up with the Ixar or the Sarnak in EQ2. It was the same kind of thing. They hated everybody, but if you worked up enough faction over a long period of time, you could actually safely traverse areas. That's kind of, now I don't know if they're going to do that with this city or with this race, but that's kind of, for lack of a better term, what I grew up envisioning. I don't know if they'll do that, because a lot of people will probably complain about the headache. Wah, wah, wah. I want to be able to go there on my ogre and not have to worry about being killed. Like, whatever. Anyways.
Their role on the stage of Terminus has the most uncertainty, for their battles rage as much within Skargol as outside of it. What truth can be grasped about a race that keeps no written record of its past? The futile search for knowledge regarding Terminus's most recent arrivals had been compelled more by concern than curiosity, until the elves stole from Skargol one unfortunate informant, a young Kagan slave named Baknoi. Her testimony has borne scrutiny and the passage of time horrifyingly well. It was a lens that helped burn through the fog of myths and madness that attends these awful beasts. Her broken, translated words piercing a veil of fear and assumption. They spoke of a planet called Shoth, but without a shred of longing. Their one deity had a name very similar, Shath, which we learned means the Nine God. Towards it they held something much closer to hate. The peculiar sovereignty, Shath, consists of 9 personalities at once. Or perhaps 9 separate beings in one accord. There is evidence of both. In that age there was no Scar, but a race known as the Azagan. Once nomadic, the lands the Azagan inhabited on Shoth were not their own, and they bartered for it as a mercenary nation.
So just real quick, with that quotation mark in there, I don't think he should be saying it as one name. I think it should be the Azagin, not Azagan. Should be the Azagin. Now, maybe they'll correct me, but I think it should be Azagin. And if it's supposed to be Azagan, take out that quotation mark, because you're doing it wrong.
Leasing their bodies to the dominant military force in the region, known as the Vasok. This name endures among the Scar as something of a harsh slur, or profane rebuke, invoking immediate retribution and bloodshed.
Fasok you, man. Holy Fasok. Fasok what? Is Fasok going to be the new word? Is that it? Is that the new Pantheon term? Fasok? Fasok it?
For generations, this treaty caused the Azagan population to wane beneath Fasok's campaigns, as if they were moons. Lean years saw the Azagan retaining less and less of their freedom, descending into pure slavery to Fasok. Yet in this service, the nation thrived, enforcing the mandates of their oppressors with stark brutality, delivering savagery upon the peoples onto which they were loosed. The familial tribes within the Azagan competed for the scraps of their owner, like a nation of abused vampiric hounds. If any fault could be found in their service, It was that their effectiveness was too great, their havoc too primal. Beyond this trade, the Azagan had no ambition, for war was the same whether slave or free. I overheard them call that time Skelnath. That was the name they shrieked at all the slaves. Skell. Never anything else, always and every time Skell, Skell. They even demanded we call each other by it, though we spoke our real names in secret.
Some people might say they said Skell a ton. Yes. Yes, that took me half a second, and I'll be here all weekend. Actually, I won't be here all weekend. But had to be said. Sorry.
Fate would have been gracious to grind the Azagan to dust in that era. Instead, a priestess of the Nine God altered their collective course forever. A servant of Perish in the Nine, neither her original name or race have survived on record. What is clear, however, is that her aim was to unleash the Azagan from slavery into a nation of warriors under her dominion. The priestess's first act of liberation was vengeance upon Vasak, which left the kingdom unrecognizable and birthed the Azagan legacy of ruination.
What's going on, Salted?
Drought, famine, and devastation attended every gain. For there was no principle of their conquest, not even retribution, only to consume. The whole of Shoth would have been eaten away in the wake of the Azagan onslaught. Thus, the Nine God interfered. Its delivery was swift, chaining the apostate priestess of Perish for 1,200 years to the Azagan. A century for each nation the campaign destroyed, including their own. From the Azagan, the Nine God took the ability to reproduce. As a sign to all who would encounter the banished race, the bones in their face and skull would be pushed through the skin, marked as heinously as the death they sowed across the realms. The Nine God renamed the Azagan the Scar, sealing the wound of their sins for all time.
Scar, sealing their wounds. What happens when most wounds heal? They scar. Oh my goodness, I can't even write this. That's okay. Sorry, whatever.
There was something about that name, Scar. Their hatred of it was unmistakable. Yet still they spoke it to each other. It was as if they were forced to use it, as they were forced to use Skell. The Nine God, who they honored with dead hearts, must be the one thing they respect. Perhaps even fear. Upon the priestess, the Nine God lay the greatest humiliation, transforming her into the lone reproducer of the Scar, with an ever-pregnant womb like that of a common colony of insects. From that day forth, she would serve as both the queen and the mother of her violent offspring.
Yikes.
The Nine God gave her the name, Avarish, calling out the black-hearted lust for consuming she imparted to the Azagan. She is kept in a large chamber far below the dead shear. Some Skell, slaves I mean, said that the Scar kept her body preserved even then, though I never looked upon her, mercifully. But I know one who did. He couldn't say what he saw for months. Then only, may she never live. That was strange to me, but so much was horrible and strange in Skargol. And while I long to see the last of my people freed, there is much I pray to forget. In the landfall event on Terminus, the deified Avarish perished. Those 7 Scar were pushed from her womb before she died. It is assumed by some that her death annulled the Avarish curse, as those 7 Scar were able to produce offspring, as have their descendants. Whether or not this supposition is correct, the population of Skargol is robust. The region itself is miserable to the eye, profane to the nose, and a tragedy to the land upon which its inhabitants have desecrated. On the ground, the roots of the Azargan slave clans are still alive, breeding a chaos in Skargol, like an asylum where the prisoners are their own guards, and sometimes eat them. This culture of figurative and literal cannibalism has kept the Scar threat subdued far better than any external force could have hoped, and will likely do so for many years. If the Avarish is truly in Death's Keep.
I mean, the Scar really don't sound too average to me. I promise I will never say that again. Okay, I think we're done with the races now, so we're probably going to go into locations and characters of note. The Seed and the Worm. Or Wyrm.
There are countless myths about the origin of Terminus. Orcs claim the planet was once a ring of titanic mountains.
Now, just real quick, we know in the game that there are Wyvern, or Wyvern. I say Wyvern, whatever. We know there are Wyvern. There are Wyvern you can kill. There are Wyvern that are named. There's Karagos, who I believe is a Wyvern. However, we thought Karagos was a dragon in the beginning. We were informed that there are dragons, which of course we now know because of the story of the ogres and the Council of Dragons or what have you. There's a middle lizard species, the worm or the Wyrm. A couple of the NPCs in the game currently that we have access to that we thought were wyverns, my understanding is they're actually worms. So that'll probably come out closer or further in development, but there are some locations of note that have what I believe they're treating as worms. So it's kind of in between wyverns and dragons.
Strung together by bridges of water, ice, and magma. Ancient deities fought from each mountain, pushing them together into one mass that has been made smooth by the waters of time. Hieroglyphs of the Gaigana suggest there was one progenitor for all magic, language, and life, who knit the planet together from the fabrics of other worlds.
Spriggans, okay.
The Tholen recount a lineage of dragon masters that stretches all the way back to the dawn of the planet. They name 4 flying beasts that each heralded a new season on their wings, yielding autumn, winter, spring, and summer in the wake of their flight across the planet. When compared to the scale of...
I'm going to stop that just for a quick second. I understand using the reference of the 4 seasons because the planet would go through its 4 seasons, but now that we're on something talking about worms, and they're talking about dragon masters, and they're talking about the 4 seasons, all I can think about is Dragonlance. And if you don't know, you don't know, but there are 4 specific novels in Dragonlance that go through the 4 seasons about dragons, and they tell significantly pivotal scenarios that take place in that world out of the hundreds of books that exist, but I just thought it funny that they had the 4 seasons, because I think it's like Dragons of Autumn Twilight, Dragons of Spring Dawning, Dragons of Winter something, and Dragons of Summer Flame. I can't remember what's... Anyways, whatever. That's just the nerd in me.
These tales, the story of the seed and the worm, may be a book left on the shelf. Its narrative is not so loud or terrific, not at the least upon glance of the cover, and is recounted only by the tree folk known as the Spriggan.
I think it's Winter Twilight, but I could be wrong.
While there is evidence in support of the other legends, the seed and the worm lingers on with a peculiar credibility and enduring interest. It is a story with ancient roots that bears fruit to this very day, shortening the travel back into time like a new bloom on the tip of an old tree's branch. Now, on to the telling. In the days before time, hands reached through the darkness and birthed a new light. This light was called the Seed of Life, and the hands buried the seed in a sphere of soil that hung among the heavens, a womb of ore, mineral, and dust.
My bad. It's Winter Night. My bad, because I said Autumn Twilight. It's Winter Night.
It was by any other name a planet, one the Spriggan would call Noah, but is more commonly referred to as Terminus. No other race is known to use the namesake Noah, and it does not appear to have been altered through the ages as with Avozul or Nistirok. Out from the seed of life grew limbs of gigantic roots, which coursed through the layers of the planet and burst forth on the surface, spreading creation throughout the world. From the roots of the seed came all of nature, seas teeming with life, and rivers in kind, mountains and glaciers given their place and form, orders of beasts and plants birthed and set free to roam, and finally the first tree folk, a lineage of immense creatures meant to guide the flood of creation that whelmed over the planet. These were trusted with the power to sculpt life within the palm of their very own hands. These creatures were known as the Entaniri, though adventurers of today know them commonly as Ent.
Ah, tree people.
There are well-known legends of their heart-stopping height, with some reaching as tall as a small mountain and towering above every tree on the globe. Few of these titans still remain on Terminus, with the youngest generations counted among the oldest living creatures on the planet. They are largely passive in nature, save for the outlier, and live as stewards of the most ancient and deep forests, those nurtured on the arcane as much as Syros the sun. Legend claims that the roots of an Ent may be able to reach through the crust of the earth and grasp a tendril of the mothering root that created them, though the connection may never grow so strong as to invite the attention of the enemy of the seed.
So maybe we see Ents in Fairthale?
Beneath the layers there churned a foe of the seed of life, known as the Great Worm of the Abyss. This monster may perhaps be a draconic kin to the dragons of sea and air, and its devious offspring are sometimes referred to as the dragons of earth, or basilisks. These creatures are often limbless, flightless, and in great fury, which may stem from their lot as the bastard branch of dragonkind. While their origins are not clear, apart from their patriarch worm, their lineage carries a consistent theme of rage against the rival Reen and Sol Cromane, if not always a capability to match their power. For basilisks, the crust of the earth is their sky, the hollows of caves their sea. Therefore, excursions onto the face of the planet are rare. Below the surface is their dwelling place, a realm that holds few challengers and even fewer threats. However, the longer basilisks remain in the depths of darkness, the more blind they become, losing the ability to discern light with their own eyes. Hungry for the power the seed of life bestowed upon the world, the great worm hunted out the roots that crossed the pockets of darkness that existed between the layers of rock, soil, and ore. Greedily, he ate at the defenseless limbs of the seed, growing in size and strength as a result. Yet of such magnitude were the roots that even the mammoth worm required years to sever and consume them. He gave no pause for centuries, and as life spread across the surface of Noah, hundreds of root limbs were being severed beneath it. In time, only dozens remained connected to the surface, then fewer than 10, then only one. At the forest of this final great root,
Yggdrasil.
the seed of life birthed a new kind of creature. These were smaller and more numerous than the Entaniri, but far more nimble and full of youth. If the Entaniri were the ancient eyes overseeing creation, these younger kin would be the hands and feet that dwelt among it. Their contribution would be in training the tender stalk to break through dry ground, not unlike the matriarch seed herself had done ages before. These new offspring of the seed of life were known as her Spriggan, and it is said they bore the markings of the seed of life, who they call the face in the deep.
I'll be honest. These videos were made about 7 years ago, 8 years ago. That looks like today's graphics. that Spriggan looks like the Unity engine right there. That's a 7-year-old video. Just saying. That's what they would look like in the current game.
To them she gave the verdant shards, sacred crystals that hold a portion of the seed's power. Yet no more had the face in the deep instructed the Spriggan on what the verdant shards were than the great worm devoured the final root, and her presence vanished from their sight.
So the Ents went extinct. So we're not going to see Ents in the game.
Welcome to the future of fuel efficiency in the
Don't
new
go out
Kia
and buy a car,
Sportage.
chat. You don't need it. The first Wanderers.
The Spriggan were severed from the face in the deep, and their existence was put under constant threat by the children of the worm. Thus, they sought out their brethren, the Entaniri, who counseled and instructed them on the path that lie ahead. For the face in the deep had not borne them in futility, though the seed had withdrawn. her children were not abandoned.
The World Route. Guessing that's going to be a point of interest. The World Route's where the Spriggans are going to live? Maybe?
The Entarniri told the Spriggan they must not believe all was lost, or even that this was a day of defeat. Instead, they were to reach out across all of Noah in triumph, ensuring that life would spread throughout the planet, enduring on its own now that the seed of life was no longer giving direct aid. They warned the Spriggan against despair, knowing that the face in the deep had made them of tender heart, in a way the Entarniri did not possess. They would carry the face of the deep to every corner and cavern, as soldiers and signal bearers. For the Great Worm was not the only evil in their world, as the foe of life will ever be death, no matter the form each takes. Yet the Spriggans still bore great concern, doubting they could journey to each of the broken fountains of creation the seed had made. How would they find these hollows that lie scattered across Noah's face? To this, the Entarniri spoke of the first purpose of the verdant shards. Though the seed was no longer working through the great roots, many lesser roots remained throughout the body of Noah. Of great aid to the Spriggan would be those that pathed just below the surface of the planet, known collectively as the World Root. The roots of this weaving growth were thin in body, without great power when compared to the roots that ran out from the seed of life itself. Thus, it avoided interest from the Great Worm or his basilisks. The verdant shards would open the pathways of the World Route, transporting the Spriggan great distances in a moment's time. These points of passage became known as the Wandering Stones, a namesake which endures to this day, as does their usage, which has fallen, largely to druids and those of their ilk. Near to some of the Wandering Stones, the Spriggan began their custodianship of the land, developing domains known as groves. In time, they would resist foes too extraordinary to list, and would restore what was lost while guiding mortal kind on how to lean on nature without destroying it.
Oh, is this about the teleporting?
Their role would diminish over time, as creation found its footing apart from even their aid. But they must always be ready to war on behalf of the face in the deep, a charge they would take up with deadly fervor over countless centuries of existence. Thus, the Spriggans spread across the globe, not as orphans, but wanderers.
And we have yet to see a single Spriggan, I think. I'm pretty sure there are no Spriggans in the game at the moment. The Giants. Okay, here we go. So they're going to talk about the ruins of Galdassi and the bridges that were constructed. For those who don't know, the busted bridges over by the ruins were created by giants. as was that location up on the mountains that you see in the far distance. Hey, Michael Wilson, what's happening? Dude, 150 stream streak. Dude. I hope you're having a good Friday.
To the diligent observer, this planet's history is a constellation unto itself. Kingdoms sprout, blossom, and spread, blooms that sway on the winds of change. They rise and roar, beckoning the challenger come and find them. Yet dominant powers of the world have one master over them all. Time. Time brings all reigns to an end.
Giants, which we don't have as of yet. But we will.
Such is the case with the giants of Terminus, also known as the Gaigana. While the dusk of their dominion fell millennia past, the reasons for their demise are astonishingly difficult to uncover. Despite leaving vast monuments of their former power and on many accounts still living in them, giants remain a hulking mystery to the modern world. The first hindrance is the Gaigana themselves, whether cordial, of which there are precious few, or grotesquely brutal, of which there are far too many. The race demonstrates little interest in sharing their past with the world that has grown up around them, either from reverence or ignorance. The secrets of the world of giants are mostly kept locked away from inquisitive eyes. Mostly. Gaigana are quite clearly of immense stature, often growing to heights 3 to 4 times that of a human. Physically, they are of varied body type and mass, some staying slender to nearly gaunt, such as the Elvenin of Kingsreach. Others maintaining a more proportionate shape, such as the Hisari of Rainfall.
See, giants in all the
Still
continents.
others hold a girth of prodigious portliness, such as the various seaside Gaigana who wade into the ocean's depths in search of beasts to feed their monstrous appetite. In addition to their exceptional size, giants are known for lifespans far longer than the average mortal, with 200 to 300 years of age being not altogether unheard of. At times, this has caused mortals of fewer years to conclude that these titanic creatures are actually made from rock, wood, or barnacle, elements that are known to be embedded into the feet and limbs of giants. Despite an imaginative attractiveness, such myth is considered baseless by scholars, mere folklore aimed to solve the dilemma of their age and appearance. If it appears to be a mountain, perhaps it came from one, perhaps not. In addition to size, or perhaps due to it, giants have a natural resistance to harsh climates. As they age, their skin thickens into something more akin to a hide, dulling surface sensitivities but protecting their inner body from extreme temperatures. In time, this may even become as dense as some armors, easily brushing off arrow strikes or weak blows by the sword. Coupled with a preference for locations so remote no ordinary mortal could survive at length, the link between giants and nature as a literal mother look even more promising. The strength of Gaigana is as self-evident as their size, once again lending credence to their mythical origins. A scant 2 giants have been known to shake the foundations of large buildings or fortifications by themselves, either with the force of their fists on the ground or by taking turns leaping into the air. A giant's bellow has no equal short of dragons. More than one group of would-be giant slayers have been lured into a cave only to find themselves caught in a bit of old Gaigana sport. A sort of gamesmanship has been noted by the terrified but nonetheless intrigued observers as a pair of giants team up to entrap the larger group of adventurers and hemorrhage their brains with a volley of earth-shaking screams. The highest body count is declared the victor. Unlike their origins, this bellow is believed to have some native mystical enchantment to it. To this end, some giants have been slain to discover and harvest the secret of the bellow. No record of success have been circulated, however.
This is interesting. I'm going to make an off-tangent reference. In Titan Quest, which is a Diablo-style action RPG based off of Greek mythology, you face giants towards the end of the game. Well, giants and cyclops, and they have a bellow. They use it as their special ability. It sucks because it hurts, but they actually have a bellow that they use. I just thought I'd say that since it just jogged my memory. Means probably nothing to you guys, but giants bellow.
Nonetheless, giant hunting is a profitable business for a brave, insane, bloodthirsty, and callous few. If pity is to be found for giants, that is a starting point. Another well-documented fact is that giants have a presence on multiple continents and regions throughout the world. Yet whatever ancient lineage the disparate groups share, a birthplace or home realm has yet to be discovered. If such a place existed, many of the giant population do not seem to know of it themselves. This again presents a barrier to truly knowing the monolithic race, forcing historians to find supplementary evidences where available. While Gargana are found in many locations throughout Terminus, their number within those specific locations is at first underwhelming, and second of great concern, unless your fears cause you to desire the whole race perish. In many cases, there are less than 10 to 15 Gargana on a single continent, with a regional expectation of 3 to 5 total. To that end, it is important to note that the term giant population is considered a misnomer by some scholars, as so few sites hold groups of a size worth calling a population. For these historians, the term is broadened to the singular global Gargana population. Yet the counterpoint in this debate is that the aforementioned architecture and scale of their structures suggest that at one time, many more giants roamed this world, and their presence was nearly without equal. That their influence as warriors, seafarers, and rulers is merely buried beneath the leaves of time. A hidden pathway, marked by bloodshed, mystery, and neglect.
A simple choice.
Since the beginning of time, mortal kind has created and destroyed, sacrificed and suffered, ascended the heights of power, and delved into the pit of depravity. But one mark has always remained the harbinger of their fate. Choice. For whether you choose to be a hero or choose to be the villain, you must rise to make the choice. Because in this world, what makes you powerful are your allies. And the one thing that heralds the path to true power is what you choose to be. So look to your friends and prepare for the community of allies you have chosen to aid you will discover that all along, it was you. It was you who made the choice.
The
Whether to
choice
be courageous and strong,
to not solo.
devious and cunning, devout and pious, or merciless and destructive. So tell me, what will you be?
That's it? That was like an ad. Okay. The Banshee of Terminus.
Bitterness is said to be the anvil of the Banshee chain, turning once joyful creatures into rageful apparitions of vengeance. This delineation may go unnoticed to the untrained observer, fleeing for their life while the Red Death hunts them down. But Banshee of this poisoned sort are said to have a more monotone howl, which is the manifestation of the pain they've endured, rather than a collection of that which they've inflicted. A Banshee is more than a simple ghost, for ghosts do not end up as a Banshee by preference of wardrobe or an affinity for chains. Of course, Banshee do have similarities to ghosts. They are the spiritual form of a mortal who has died. They are not bound to the material needs like food or drink, and they seem to exist in perpetuity unless acted upon by an outside force, or the dilemma of their passage to the world beyond is solved. Yet there the similarities cease, and it is worth considering how the fiends arrived at their current state, whatever unpleasantries lie ahead. The bonds of a Banshee are thought to be forged in two primary ways, with the third based more in speculation. The first is by committing heinous acts of bloodshed against innocence, whereby the mortal's own soul is grieved unto enslaving the spirit after death. This is why witches, necromancers, murderers, and so forth have an increased risk of entering the spiritual enslavement of a Banshee upon their death. The living may even see evidence of this if their life is given over to works of holistic evil. Their actions may have already begun to transact upon the immortal realm of the soul, anchoring them beyond the veil of our reality,
Hey, Stogrim.
even as they walk among us. The second means by which a departed mortal might see their specter bound is by enduring tragedy so painful it poisons their soul. The third manner of becoming a Banshee is not as reliably sourced, as examples are scarce and accounts secondhand at best. Certain ghosts, unable to move beyond our world, take a liking to tormenting mortals, and even scaring them to actual death. In this case, there appears to be a window of transformation open to ghosts who have lost their empathetic connection to mortals. The Banshee chain is more than a spiritual manifestation or jewelry of spite. It is the forged account of a Banshee's iniquity, a record that bears witness in the natural and supernatural of their vile behavior. Each link speaks with the voice of the victim, calling back condemnation upon the Banshee itself. Thus, the fury of voices unleashed upon living victims is as well a torment to the Banshee who wields it.
You've played Titan Quest 2. Yeah, I've played the first two acts. I really enjoyed it. I'll be playing Titan Quest 2 when it launches. I know I think they have Act 3 and 4 in the game right now, but I'm not ready to go back to the game. I think I don't want to play it, the rest of it, until it comes out officially.
The understated but still important article of the Banshee appearance is called the Veil of Perdition. This otherwise innocuous-looking piece of fabric wraps around most of the face of the Banshee, save for the mouth that houses the howl. This veil is connected in some way to a realm beyond our reality, keeping Banshee physically blind on Terminus while also holding their eyes firmly in view of their future judgment.
Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. The War of the Damned.
Hundreds, if not thousands of years prior to the arrival of the dwarves and the elves, a conflict erupted between the Banshee and wraiths of Terminus. This War of the Damned began sometime after the ascension of dragonkind, and is thus not well documented today. What is known is that during this time, the nascent power of the wraiths was growing, and with it came a natural conflict with the Banshee, who'd otherwise roam the natural and supernatural realms unchecked, save for phantoms.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be plenty of people who will jump back in once PTR pushes their build. Almost
the first
guaranteed.
blood was drawn when a Banshee Red Witch trekked to convene with a Lord of the Wraiths, known as a Prince, as Wraiths are largely bound to the location of their curse. This likely was a necessary act. For reasons unclear, the summit was ended when the Red Witch and accompanying Banshee were wiped out, save for one keening spirit. This report spread and war soon followed, as the unprovoked act of violence triggered a widespread reaction among the Banshee, and the War of the Damned raged like an unseen fire. On the whole, wraiths proved themselves the superior force, but with little means to circumvent the restrictions of their curse. Neither side gained a decisive advantage. Banshee themselves have little individual autonomy despite their unquestionable power. While not as structured as the various wraith dominions on Terminus and beyond, Banshee clans do exist. Above them is a hierarchical structure that mortals have no sound knowledge of. But as a larger host, Banshee share a common aim, and are not as schismatic as their wraith counterparts. The war has never fully resolved, and the feud is not as keen as it once was. Each side has ample supply of servants, and every few hundred years the blade of retribution is sharpened by one side or the other. What wraiths lack in numbers and mobility, they make up in precision and control. What Banshees lack in cohesion and contemplation, they make up with ferocity and numbers. The War of the Damned is unlikely to find a natural end until a greater force either elevates or destroys them all. No one would blame the victim or observer or reader of a Banshee attack for dismissing the notion of a penitent heart with these creatures. When the scalding breath of a howling, tormented apparition is swirling around your neck, the door for grace may lock tightly in your chest. Yet there are tales of a precious few Banshee whose eyes were opened to the havoc of their malevolence, and thus a door to their soul cracked similarly open. Many Banshee are so deluded with the power, they do not want to lose it. For who among us can so effectively wield our own suffering? Therefore, the administration of the gift must be carried out alone, thus greatly increasing the opportunity and risk of the encounter. In all, it is fair to ask if the risk is worthy of the aim, but of this few are fit to conclude. These most fortunate Banshee are not relieved entirely of their bondage, but they no longer carry the pregnant burden to sow pain and misery upon the world. What becomes of them after their time on Terminus is unknown. But for now, it is not that their penalty has been abridged, but rather that their appetite has been altered. This reveals the seed of the Banshee torment. Neither veil nor chain, but the inescapable need to bring their pain to bear upon the world. With their transgressions absolved, they may find rest in this world, as neither harbinger or assailant.
I wonder why we haven't seen Banshee or Wraith in the game yet. I wonder. Do they plan on putting them in? You would think they would exist on this continent. Mostly Grim Dawn? Right on, man. I hope you're enjoying it. I don't know. We have no Banshees, we have no Wraiths. I would have thought we would have seen them in the Nightfall Crypts, but we have not. Now, maybe they're in other Nightfall Crypts that are due to come out later on. I don't know. But I know of no Banshees or Wraiths at this time. Ooh, the Ratkin. Alright. So for those who don't know, right now in-game we have two Ratkin factions. There are your typical Ratkin, which are located in Halnirs. But there's also the Clawfoot, which is a, I'm guessing, opposite faction, more neutral faction, which is out in AVP. You guys may have seen me approach a village periodically over the past year and a half, where mobs used to be invisible, but now they're not. That's the nice side of the Ratkin, and inside Halnirs is the not so nice side of the Ratkin.
Ratkin are one of the more ubiquitous races in the Western Hemisphere of Terminus. Nearly every continent has at least one colony, from King's Reach down to Whitethaw, with several having multiple colonies in multiple regions. As diverse as environments are, so are the types of Ratkin that inhabit them. Ratkin are experts at resourcefulness and survival. The race excels at acquisition of goods and materials, and has a reputation for bizarrely repurposing items pilfered from more developed civilizations. Here morality is curved for Ratkin, as stealing from other races is regarded more closely to harvesting than theft. Yet to take from another Ratkin within one's own colony is an egregious crime, which may lead to the offender being cut off from the colony entirely. Abandoned and alone, most Ratkin lose their instincts to adapt and survive, and perish. As for proof of survivability, more than a few dominant races have attempted a genocidal cleansing against Ratkin colonies, but with marginal success. More efficient means of population control are pressed military service and outright slavery. Ratkin revere old age in part because so few survive to achieve it. Older members of the colony, called Eldai, lead the group. Beneath them are the Noka, who are both capable melee or ranged fighters and established members of the colony. Ratkin are highly sensitive to the rate of growth and consumption of their colonies. Taking their instincts of resourcefulness and protectionism to the extreme, colonies will periodically eject a minority percentage of their colony without warning. Known as vermin mania, this harsh but pervasive instinct strikes when the acquisition of resources will over time be outpaced by the growth of the colony. Though studied to a degree, little is known about what informs vermin mania apart from a pure animalistic sensing. as Ratkin have nothing like an advanced accounting or mathematics system. When this occurs, the rejected Ratkin are treated as intruders and even enemies. Ratkins staying with the parent colony will group and fight the smaller child group, denying them even scraps of food or access to belongings. Vermin mania is so strong that some scholars believe Ratkin are able to predict famine and drought years in advance, while others consider this a myth that simply aligns with normal Ratkin practices. Ratkin have no written language or long-term means of reliably documenting information. Most of their communication exists as pictographs, or surprisingly intricate claw markings, which, while limited to short-term expression, do an excellent job of communicating within the colony. They may also use their scents, paints, carvings, their own excrement, or collections of materials such as stone or bone to direct their kin. It is worth noting that some Ratkin have shown an ability to comprehend more advanced languages, though that understanding is limited to the ear. There is debate as to whether Ratkin are unable to speak common languages simply because their tongues are unable to form words used in most spoken languages. This has only added to their reputation as shameless thieves and ignorant wretches, which is not always accurate to individual Ratkin or colonies. Ratkin have no unifying pantheon. Instead, colonies will often assimilate into a primitive form of devotion to deities from other races in the region. This is due to, 1, the transient nature of Ratkin colonies resulting in a systematic shallowness of their cultural and religious roots. 2, while Ratkin do have a patron deity far in their past, colonies have so frequently moved physical and spiritual homes over thousands of years that they have lost all connections to that ancient tradition. And 3, Ratkin penchant for acquisition and assimilation means that they often worship whatever idol, trinket, robe, or statue that they acquire from other races. It would not be unlikely to encounter a Ratkin colony under the steps of Rulun worshipping an entirely different deity than a colony in the Rons, nor should an adventurer tracing the steps of his father 30 years later be surprised to find that the devotions of the same colony his father found have shifted over that time to another god.
So they mentioned Rulun, which is the port of Rulun, but there are no Ratkin over there at the moment. So I wonder if they're coming later, or maybe they were just removed. Who knows?
Within certain Ratkins sleeps a devious blood-borne disease most commonly confused with rabies,
The bloodsick.
called the drawn sickness.
Yep.
A name which comes from the term drawn from the blood.
They're the dudes that are under the bridge area inside Halnir's. If you go down the little stairs off to the side of the bridge and underneath, you find these guys.
The drawn mutation gives infected Ratkin unnatural strength, extreme ferocity, and a diminished length of life. Yet the sickness may lie dormant in a Ratkin for their entire life, as it often needs specific external or internal activators to begin the transformation process. Documented internal activators include a life-threatening illness, sustained periods of extreme stress or lack of sleep, bites or similar fluid transfer from other infected Ratkin. External activators include highly concentrated or consistent exposure to celestium crystals or mana fields, spells of hexing, etc., even ingestion of potions or fungi that react in the bloodstream.
So there are both fungi and celestium crystals inside Halnir's, all the way through it. So that's what ties into these guys' infection.
Drawn are a menace to any people group nearby, including their parent Ratkin colonies. Their brute power and swift stealth or strike abilities make them a threat to even capable adventurers. Additionally, once the process of transformation is complete, there are no remembrances of a former life or allegiances thereof. While drawn are unsuitable as warriors or slaves, some nefarious entities have sought to use the drawn ratkin as untethered watchdogs, or even to use the sickness for their own means.
Oh, the orcs.
Orc tribes cover multiple continents throughout Terminus, each with relatively independent agendas, tendencies, and are of varying size. Yet binding these tribes together is an ancient accord known as the Bloodsworn Covenant.
So the Bloodsworn and the Oathsworn are the two elite orc types that are outside and inside Usharuk's domain. Or his council chambers, throne room, whatever you want to call it. Hey, AK, what's happening? You made movie night? Yes, you did. Hey, Snaps, did I read the announcement for today? I browsed over it briefly, how they're working on Fairthale and Badia Dakara. It's nice to know they're working on them at the same time, part of the whole team getting bigger thing. So, people can now shut up about complaining about blah, 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 it's all fake and the team is still small. So, whatever. Anyhow, back to movie night.
While much of the origin and purpose of the Covenant is unclear to outsiders, there are some characteristics which have been verified. The first is that the Bloodsworn Covenant is overseen by a collection of shamanistic judges. So secretive is this order that even their name is forbidden to be spoken to non-orcs. These elusive elders have no specific tribal affiliation or earthbound allegiance, and only select members within each tribe even know their true location. It is believed the celestial boundary has served to strengthen the role of these judges on Terminus, as their former position was limited to that of priestly intermediaries. The judges dictate the agendas of all orc tribes with an unchallenged hand, as well as presiding over a range of disputes. These include the granting or rescinding rights of sovereignty to each tribe, settling strife within or between tribes, declaring international war, denouncing or, in some cases, elevating usurpers within the tribes, and finally raising and sending out new members of the Karuk class. While they are the primary influencers of the tribes, under no circumstances does this mysterious group interact with other races. The second ramification of the Covenant is that all orc tribes are bound to protect the lands of their counterparts.
This would be the AVP orcs.
This aspect alone is likely why Thronefast has not utterly rid Avendir's Pass of the North Tusk, as the remaining tribes would be blood-bound to wage war until those lands were returned, or their own number was wiped out. Sovereignty is of highest importance to all orc tribes. As previously stated, the rights of land ownership are handed down from the judges, and it's not an exaggeration to say that each tribe's identity and prestige is sown into the ground they possess, then harvested over the centuries like a crop of merit. An ability to self-govern and maintain the sacred territorial grants is the predominant statement of power for each orc tribe. Yet all tribes are not created equal. The the North Tusk occupy a region they call Hangor,
Angor.
which has become the common name for their area of domain in Avendir's Pass. From that rocky, frosty perch, they've launched several unsuccessful campaigns against Thronefast in an attempt to take back the lands their forefathers forsook during the Deicide War. Yet these efforts have been wholly unsuccessful, often resulting in heavy restrictions on land use, some form of annual tribute, and a token submission of arms. These punitive actions are meant to cause just enough pain and humiliation to keep the tribe from hailing their more capable brethren, and shamed enough to stay off the warpath. Yet within the borders of Hangor, the North Tusk behave as if they are still in possession of all their ancient lands. For reasons that will soon be discussed, the shame of defeat fades quickly for these orcs, and an observer might be forgiven for mistaking their challenges to Thronefast as resilient or even admirable. It is neither. There are two reasons why something as manifestly foolish as attacking one of the most accomplished militaries in recent history happens so frequently. The first is that the blood sake of the tribe is a maxim believed by every orc from their youth. This confession crystallizes their sacrificial lifestyle by stating that even their own blood belongs to the tribe, not themselves. To manifest this internal devotion to the rest of their tribe, body scarring, tattooing, trophy taking, death in battle, and even enslavement to other races are all meant to signify dedication to the blood's sake. From the warrior right arm of their goddess Ushava down to the lowliest grunt, orcs are a brutal family that prizes both the violent and the victorious. For this reason, very few leave the lands of their birth, as an orc without a tribe is a rock flung into the bottomless sea. The second reason for the North Tusk's frequent forays into the swords and spears of Thronefast might be a remarkably thick skull, which leaves little room for a brain of significant size. Orcs also have poor hearing as a result, which often leads to misunderstood commands in the frenzy of battle, a chronic inability to avoid stampedes or avalanches, and a high volume of unintentional insults. Per capita, orc tribes typically have fewer females than males, though the former is of higher intelligence than the latter on average. As a result of this disparity, females hold a place of power and even reverence, often serving as priestesses, queen lords, and so forth. Males, by comparison, are seen as disposable and eager to die.
Wait a minute. There's no female orcs in Hangor. Zaruk is a dude, right? I'm pretty sure. Usharuk is a dude. Warchief is a dude. Rotfist is a dude. Where are these female orcs? What's going on here? Maybe they don't want us beating up on female orcs? Oh, I can't think of any female orcs in Hangor. Okay.
Primarily because they are disposable and eager to die. But there is another reason for the elevation of females within the North Tusk. The holistic orc pantheon consists of an unknown number of gods, but with one regional deity that is a patriarch or matriarch to each tribe. For the North Tusk, this is Ushava, goddess of the North. Ushava appears to be a deity of nature and mysticism, and there are signifiers of her influence all over Hangor. Inscriptions found on weathered North Tusk artifacts refer to the frigid mountains near the North Tusk as Ushava's Abide, and to this day orcs rarely trek up the mountain. A powerful bond to their maternal deity was once vital to the North Tusk's life, and there may be a correlation between the celestial boundary and the diminishing of the tribe on Kingsreach. Ushavan priestesses are responsible for leading most ceremonies of worship to Ushava, though some supplications are led by seers and prophets. In both cases, the stark violence of orc life is apparent, as living sacrifices of animals and sometimes prisoners of war are conducted in times of desperation or special ceremony. Ash, bone, and blood are the hallmarks of these rituals. Lording over each orc tribe on the mortal side of the boundary is a creature allegedly of semi-divine status, called the Karuks. This class of orc is believed by the tribes to have descended from the matriarch or patriarch deity herself, on account of their exceptionally long lifespans, hulking size, unmatched strength in battle, and uncertain origins. In the case of the North Tusk, she is called the Usharuk.
Usharuk is a
A
female?
magnificently large and rotund creature
My
of
bad.
immense strength and ancient charm.
That means Zaruk is probably female too. I didn't realize Usharuk was female. My bad. Whoops. It's 2026.
Precious few Thronfastians have glimpsed her frame, but those who have speak of a being that seems almost unlike an orc in appearance, surrounded by smoke and a selflessly devoted host. Much of the North Tusk daily life has interposed the Usharuk with the goddess of the North herself, and the lines between mortal and immortal being may have been blurred as a result. Yet the source of power for the Usharuk is as mysterious as the shaman judges, the blood-sworn covenant, and much of their ancient history.
I had no idea Usharuk was female. I'm just finding out for the first time right now. Hard to tell these days, man. Orcs live how they live. Don't judge. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. Yeah, Zaruk. So, Usharuk, or Rook, R-U-K, and Zaruk, Z-A-R-U-K. Chances are Rook has something to do with either leadership or maybe female. Because there's Rotfist, and I'm pretty sure Rotfist is male. So it could be Rook is something to do with females. Usharuk and Zaruk. That would make sense. Now we know. Hey, Mulgar. Okay, we just did orcs. What's next? Goblins?
Something big is
Nope.
roaring into the
Something big. Animated dinosaurs. Paw Patrol has a movie?
Try Oikos
All right.
Pro with 24 grams of protein to help build strong muscles.
The Solemn Historian.
Of all the books in my charge, of all the records I keep, of all the lessons I scribe, there are precious few which endure. For each time I sit down at my desk, I struggle to remind myself that the office I humbly keep is at its core capable of rewriting the histories of the many races upon Terminus. For when I put quill to parchment, my interpretation of the events that unfold across the world will forever become the perpetual antiquity of its people. The warriors will swing their swords, and the mages will cast their spells. The rogues will delight in trickery and profit, and the priests will sermonize their gods.
So this segment must be about visionary realms. They're talking about having the power to change the world. I mean, the only people that can do that is VR. So this segment must be about VR.
As they all wreak havoc, their loyalty to history falters. While the majority of the adventurers on Terminus revel in warmongering, there are precious few among them that truly know the power in remembering their own histories. What duty is of higher solemnity than discerning that which will inspire future generations? The task of recording events truthfully and without bias is akin to divinity. And I say this without hubris. There is no greater charge for mortal kind than to keep its history alive. I've said my piece about my own station, and now I wish to impart some small wisdom to the would-be keepers in the world. When you travel the many roads of Terminus, when you encounter its diverse landscapes and peoples, remember that the important thing is not whether you overcome or overpower them, but how well you remember them. How well you remember their impact upon the world and yourself. How well you tell future generations of their tragedies and triumphs. For when you venture out into the wild, bring with you not only your wits and your weapons, but bring with you a desire to remember the events that you had a hand in shaping. For your small contributions to the history of Terminus bolster the deepest foundations for all mortal kind.
Okay, now we're probably getting into the characters of note. That seemed like a conclusion to the world.
Canadian workers and businesses built this country. Their strength and tenacity.
The keepings of Castigue? Castigue? Castigue. Castigue. There's no accent. Now I believe
Kaolin, my
I believe these two parts are of substantial length. What was this one? Oh no, it might be the next two. There's two videos here that are like a half hour each or
colleague
something.
and my friend.
20 minutes each.
At your request, this is our most current translation of the document we have named, the Dragon Accord. While I must stress this is a fallible and incomplete effort, we feel an accurate, yet disquieting picture is emerging. The Accord precludes even your race's arrival. This is perhaps a narrow revelation to you, or none at all. Yet it bears our attention as distant drums hail the approach of battle.
This is when all the dragons got together and said, hey, let's not step on each other's toes, okay? Sure, why not? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, crossed fingers behind their backs, that sort of thing.
To such depths we were given exceptional aid by the dwarves of Kadasa. That is, at first. They shared a number of parchments, maps, and drawings which gave us the initial footholds into the dragon tongue's nuances. Without these pieces, we would be sifting tomes amiss, or worse, brazenly incorrect. However, this connection has since been severed. I fear the growing conflict may have reached them sooner than they anticipated. The Mir have been largely unreachable, quite unobservable, in fact. How they can suffer to dwell so close to the ogres is a mystery. Even so, I am doubtful they would contribute. We had planned an expedition to the east once the snow thaws. Our aim was to reach the tribes of Jinto. I am referring to the remnant. It is a dimming hope. Our most recent reports of their settlements are nearly 3 years old.
Now remember, I'm going to rewind this for a second so we don't miss whatever he's about to say. We talked about we learned about the Remnant and the Revenant last week. So if you want some more information on what he's about to talk about, go check out last Friday's VOD.
And they seem a reclusive settlements are nearly 3 years old, and they seem a reclusive order focused on the realms even farther east. I am convinced they would illume much if we could but lay the writings before them. I doubt we will have such an opportunity, however. Lastly, it is not without some measure of internal conflict that I confide these writings to you. A critical few in authority over me would prefer all such information remained hidden within our halls. Still, I have chosen to neglect their approval. I am certain their agenda is not all selfish, but stems from a deeper, quiet concern. I know this document has attracted much interest, gravely so. We have lost some very astute men and women more gifted than myself to tragic events I'd prefer not to see as chance. Keener minds have suggested intent. Their efforts live on in the translations we've gained, but their deaths guard my every conscious movement across this page. I caution you respectfully, but sincerely, to delegate this research carefully. Always keep watch over yourself. Though buried in my studies, I am quite aware of the chaos growing in nearly every corner of this planet. Much of Terminus trembles around us. I know you feel it sharper than myself. If this tiding finds you at all, let it find you well. I covet the insight of your discernments. I depart now for the dwarven realm of Kadasa. I have come by few reliable charts or maps and must pass through lands of unknown threat. You know this and were kind to offer me elven escort. If there is a chance of regaining dwarven aid in this effort, it is worth the risk for me to go. But we are candid fellows. Should my journey fail or the dwarves lend us nothing, it falls to you. If you cannot unlock the dragon tongue, I fear this document will open to no one. Your fellow in this pursuit, Narian Castigue, 473 IH.
Part 2.
Narian. The hidden path by which some information in this world travels has confirmed your presence amongst the dwarves. I am put at ease.
Wait a minute, didn't he just say his name was Narian? Am I mistaken? Why is he now talking about another Narian? Did he goof up with names? I'm pretty sure he just said his name was Narian Castigue, right? Maybe I misheard wrong. Oh, I thought he said Narian.
Regarding these writings, I am surprised you were able to name the distinction of Drac Elrin and Drac Fane. Yet what you must further understand is that Drac Elrin is not merely an elevated dialect of the dragon tongue. Drac Fane is their common language, and Drac Sun is the language of the Rainborn, those princes of the Dragon King. Drac Elrin is of a different order entirely. Over centuries of study since arriving on Terminus, the elves have learned that Drac Elrin is the signet tongue of the Dragon King himself. It is a fortified speech overburdened with enchantment. We aren't sure whether it's ever spoken aloud, but it's often called upon for reasons such as this. Simply, this is a language of unparalleled arcane encryption, and our knowledge goes no further. Returning to the matter of this Dragon Accord, I trust you have labored greatly in your translation efforts.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, right. So he's reading the response from, I gotcha. That's why he opened with Narian, because it's a letter he received. Yeah, okay. All right, it took a second. Brain farts all cleared up. Thank you.
Using the most talented scribes at your disposal. Yet I must confess the copy you sent was imprecise. Therefore, I must assume the document you have is not the original. To my surprise, these scribal errors prove serendipitously kind, for reasons that may not lead us down the path we had hoped for, at least not directly. Whatever is contained in this Dragon Accord must be of inestimable value. Surely it speaks of agendas beyond our perception. The lengths to which it is guarded by the ancient powers of Drak Elrin is staggering, with a grip far tighter than I could anticipate. My intrigue has been roused, and greatly so. In other isolated efforts with the help of our highest thaumaturge, I initially labored over the transcription you sent me to find the errors. As I began to correct them, the delights and maddenings of the true accord became manifest. Our first engagement left us toiling feverishly to keep the document intact at all, as it immediately transfigured into a tiny sphere as heavy as a block of iron, though condensed smaller than a minor jewel. Laboring into the night, we were able to return the document to its proper form. Because of this unsettling event, I set about making a number of additional copies of the parchment. Yet, I found such a bizarre turn had been played again. Even as I wrote the copies, if there existed more than two beside each other, the first inscription vanished entirely. To my misfortune, I was only able to ascertain this after much wasted effort, and nearly a score of dry, blank pages. As I considered these things, it struck me. So powerful is this Drak Elrin magic that a mere copy of its symbols would conjure the full protective might of the original document wherever it rests on the planet. I quickly turned to experiments of that sort, transfixed by what I might learn. When I carved some of the symbols on a strip of dry oak, it would not burn, not at first. Though engulfed in flames, I retrieved it twice without incident. However, after a brief time, my etchings vanished. Why, I cannot say, but afterwards, the strip caught instantly. When written upon fresh parchment, I could submerge the document in water, mud, acrid poisons, and other similar liquid, and yet the parchment remained unsoaked, nor stained, nor the least bit marred. Not even a drop drew up into the paper. This resilience faded when the ink vanished. Recently, we held our Feast of Arms. Before the Archer's trial, I wrote only 2 symbols from the accord to the backside of one of the targets, thin, clean strokes. True to form, when the arrows flew, they glanced to every angle but never pierced the target. Fortunately, the ink faded before it was inspected by curious officials. I became indulgent, nearly infatuated with these tests, as each confirmation seemed like a finger laid upon the true accord. In my youth, I would have loved these mysteries far more than their answers, and I would have been of no use to you. Graciously, I have lived long enough to know myself. My friend, I confess the dwarves may not aid you in this effort. In truth, I know they cannot. We are at a stalemate that will not be won by accumulating delicate scraps of translated parchments, deciphering runes, unearthing entire tomes, or appealing to sages. It is not a matter of more research. It is not even a matter of magic, Narian. It is a matter of not being a dragon. My words sound final, as they should. However, I hope my response may somehow open another door, not to expose a bridgeless chasm. Respond as you are able. I will be making the journey to the remnant in your stead, though I have reasons beyond the accord to seek them out. I am not certain of enough yet, but know this. The door by which you are free to exhaust yourself in this pursuit is closing. Be wise. Kaelian Greyborn, 474 IH.
CIBC helped Julie and Jeremy find the confidence to take their side hustle full-time.
Find out why
These
Mazda
ads
is
are
a
really
leader
short.
in safety.
The Dragon King. Are we back on Rock Nelthamos? I don't think he was the king, right?
Terminus has not always been Terminus, at least by name. For most of its existence, this world went by the name of Nistirok, and was ruled by an order of dragonkind known as the Rainborn. At the time prior to the arrival of the Sacred Six races, the Rainborn and all dragonkind submitted to the one Dragon King, Roknilthamos. It is important to note that the term Sacred Six speaks to more than simply six races, yet so formative were the events centered around the nations chiefly targeted by the Revenant, six all told, that the term became a common title to address the group of new arrivals. In any sum, there are certainly more than that number, now even twice or thrice as many, with perhaps more yet to come. Roknilthamos was, or rather is, a beast of such mythic size and strength that even he was finally able to lead the dragons of air, named the Rivalrine, to utterly defeat their rivals beneath the sea, the Solcromain.
If you remember, Karagos the Watcher is part of the Council of Air.
Yet,
Dragons of Air. Dragons of Air? No, Council of Air.
in the wake of this unprecedented victory, the then Dragon King, Roxolfinsire, mourned the death of his brother and ruler of the Solcromain, rather than immediately moving to name his son as heir. The son was enraged at both the dishonoring slight of his father as well as his empathy for the foe he had so narrowly defeated. The memory of his dead companions boiled over in Roknilthamos, and in a terrifying moment he usurped his ancient father and killed him. In the span of one day, both ageless leaders of dragonkind were violently deposed on land and sea. Thus began the reign of Roknilthamos, thousands of years before the arrival of the Sacred Six. Why is still a mystery, but sometime shortly before the first era of collisions, as they are often called, the Rainborn left their lands of sovereignty, or at least appeared to. In turn, all of dragonkind similarly deferred their territories, roosts, and dwellings, down to even the common spawn. This is verified by credible native peoples such as the Tholin of Aethelis and the Elven and Giants of what is now Kingsreach. The Tholen began a new calendar to correspond with this strange new behavior. The Ithosprun Hylan, abbreviated as IH. It is certain they have not left the planet entirely, however. In fact, a persistent, fanatically believed myth is that the dragons will reap a great reward one day, far in the future. Ask when the alleged date will arrive, and the myth finds no shelter in things actually known. Yet it has abided for centuries and is at least remarked on by the Tholen. There is a more credible legend that centers around the time shortly before the first collisions. It speaks to some manner of deep mystical agreement that was struck by Rachnothamos and another power of unknown origin. As a part of that agreement, Avozul was rechristened Terminus. As significant as it is poorly understood, the fairest treatment of this agreement, henceforth called the Dragon Accord, can be found in the letters between the human Narian Castigue and the elf Kaelian Greyborn. Alas, only 3 letters appear to have survived to this day, though there is reason to hope more shall surface. When the dwarves of Oldasa first arrived in the year of 7 IH, the last of the dragon kind withdrew to peculiar obscurity, most often to places of extreme difficulty for mortals to reach. Often it seems to enter a type of dead hibernation for centuries at a time. After the dwarves, there came the elves of Siolan in 9 IH. Then thirdly, the ogres of Gorok in 12 IH. While the dwarves did hold annual meetings with the elves, the trio of nations kept mostly to themselves. In fact, after the ogres lost their expansion-obsessed ruler Rothuk the Black Moon King to something like madness in 23 IH, the Age of Seclusion was officially begun.
That was the first stage, right? Remember, there were 3. There was Seclusion, there was Chaos, and then Frail. The game is in the Frail Age, so where we play right now is in the Frail Age. Seclusion is when everybody kept to themselves. Chaos is when everything went belly up, and Frail Age is the aftermath.
See? These dishes are still dirty.
You need a detergent that cleans your dishes and your filter.
Filter?
Yep, my go-to is Cascade Platinum Plus. Only these action packs have double the Dawn, breaking down food residue, even on your filter. Cascade.
Switch to Bell
Was that
Pure Fiber,
Skyrim?
Canada's most reliable internet. Your home will thank you.
Theolan
Elves are a
Greyborn.
strange people, it is said, recording the sufferings of the dead by marking the bodies of the living, demanding their youth cling to the past while begging their elders to tell them what lies in the future. To foreigners, they move as one host throughout the world, yet natives know they are as divided as any other nation-state on Terminus. And of all the races, they have only deepened in their religious tradition, even as communion with their gods has remained sealed from altar and verse for nearly 1,000 years. Yes, elves are strange like you and me. Now let us consider the ongoing tale of one of the most passionate leaders of their kind. A daughter broken, a runaway redeemed, a shadow dweller who leads from the fore, a living, breathing contrast, just like her own strange people. I speak of Thalen Greyborn, the one they call the Red Mar. Thalen is an Ember Elf and commander within the Elven military force known as Daithea's Hand. She is the second of 4 children to Hossa and Phaedron Greyborn. At the time of Thalen's birth, her parents were rising leaders in the Elven capital of Fairthale, with the expectations that one or both would eventually sit on the ruling body of the Anadem Council. Hossa was a member of the Ashen Elves since her youth, while Phaedron departed from that stoic path shortly before he and Hossa were wed, opting to return to his lucent origin. While unusual, this move was without controversy in the Elven hierarchies due to the near-universal admiration for Phaedron and Hossa. Yet none so admired Phaedron as his daughter, and much of Thalen's youth was spent chasing the folds of his cloak as he swiftly passed through the halls of the mountain city. Such a common sight was the daughter of Greyborn at her father's side that she was often referred to as Phaolin, a playful nod to her studious but childlike attempts at imitation. Sadly, the 12th year of Phaolin's life saw the death of her beloved father. While portions of that tragic day are known only by those who were there is no doubt that Phaedron saved the life of his daughter and several of her companions before losing his own. The effect of this loss was seismic, not only to the Greyborn family, but among all elves as well. Yet it was Thalen who grieved the hardest, helped not at all by Hossa's strict emotional composure. It was said the whole city would have heard Thalen's cries if they were not swallowed by Hossa's silence. In time, a latent schism emerged between mother and daughter, one that would set the younger on a course neither the living nor the dead could have predicted. Elven culture is often defined by its 3 branches: lucent, ashen, and ember. Yet far below these limbs lies a group that does not trace its origins to any of the heralded trio, known as splinter folk. This lowly subset of the population dwells in the shadows.
So if you recall, there's a particular cave that you can go into in Thronefast that brings you out into an opening with a series of NPCs. Those are the splinter folk. Just so you know. They don't do anything at this present moment.
Some by circumstance and others by choice. As their name suggests, splinter folk are a group broken loose from the established arms of elven civilization. The name splinter folk is something of a pejorative, first used as a term for the few elves who rejected the Anadem Council and Fairthale at large, splintering off to walk the world alone. Becoming splinter is culturally taboo, with a motivation that is fundamentally difficult to grasp by the rest of their brethren. Elven culture is hardly a hive of singular thought, yet Fairthale and the Lucent Tree possess such gravity that few will ever consider departing their orbit. The more dubious reputation of splinter folk are that of thieves, beggars, and of general roguery. These accusations are often well earned, but the latter of those 3 is what caught the interest and ambitions of young Thalen Greyborn in the years after her father's death. She was already practiced in some of the basic arts of a rogue as a youth, and Phaedron was not discouraging of her interest or talents. Instead, he chose to push his daughter to redeem the often duplicitous role of hiding in the shadows. Hossa, however, was not so enthusiastic, and this is perhaps where the delicate sprain in their relationship began. Among the splinter folk, Thalen found kin of a very different sort, and in time a reputation born of her own actions rather than her birth. Before long, it was common for the daughter of pristine elven heritage to leave the city for months at a time, seeking caravans of wandering merchants or the coin of war-making mercenaries. She was a fox among wolves, quicker and more cunning than foes twice her age or size. In a few short years, Thalen's sojourning taste and talent led her to visit more of Terminus than most elves will hear about over their entire lifetime. Yet one night in the summer of her 20th year, Thalen returned to Fairthale as a prisoner, ransomed from a continent away from Kingsreach, captured while assisting a military coup. The young leader was betrayed by members of her old mercenary group and imprisoned. After the bounty was rendered, Thalen was brought by ship to Thronefast, with Hossa nowhere to be found as her daughter's bandaged body was carted through the indifferent human port. Thalen was brought to Fairthale on the edge of death, sick with fever and infection, her skin and face scarred from battle and worse. Beneath the bandages, it was revealed that her captor had gone so far as to remove a portion of her ear.
So we'll have Splinterfolk in both Fairthale. Well, we already know Splinterfolk are on Thronefast. So I guess they'll probably have a Splinterfolk faction over in Fairthale. Hey, Haley, what's going on? One long city day over. Left elbow's definitely broke. No cast, just got to use it. While it's broke till it's good again. Oh, that's fantastic. So it was just a straight break. It wasn't like a spiral or splintered. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. It sucks, but I'm glad to hear it. Just try and be conscious about, for a free-moving broken elbow. Anyhow, as you can see, we're going through part 2 / the conclusion of our Pantheon lore. Or lore you ready?
During the half-year fight for recovery, Thalen beheld the city and valley of Fairthale with fresh eyes. The prismatic waterfalls, soaring mountains, and radiant lucent tree seemed to treat her as their long-lost friend. Fairthale felt alive for the first time since Phaedron's death. It is said this love healed her more than any art or medicine, and as autumn spread from the gilded leaves of Redgrove to the boughs of Oldwood,
Yeah, I was right. Okay.
Thalen found purpose in the thought of protecting these lands alone. The path of splinters was forsaken, like a snake shedding its skin. Like a tree replanted by peaceful waters, Thalen's interest in the Ember Elves grew in kind.
You know what's hilarious? I saw this right here and thought it was a car. I thought that was a vehicle. It looks like either the front or the back. This looks like it could be the roof, windshield, back window, front or back of the vehicle. I'm pretty sure it's like rocks or something, but I first looked at it and thought it was a car. Upper arm part of the elbow, one bulb of the whale tail not cleaned off. Just happened to sit back in place. Was told your break normally is a full shatter, so you got the rare break. Must mean you're big boned. That's all. You got extra calcium in them bones.
She pledged as an ember before she was healthy enough to walk. Crawling one night from her bed to the doorway of the Ember headquarters,
That's a
known
truck?
as the
Could be a
Triarch
truck.
Sun, she slumped and
Yeah,
slept
you're right,
with
it's
a
a
dagger
truck.
laying across her lap until morning, when the door was opened by a stammering scribe. There she spent the last months of her recovery on the Triarch Sun's cold stone floor, sleeping, studying,
F-150?
and struggling to walk.
That
in
is a
an
truck.
awkward but constant rhythm.
I don't know what
Over
it's
the
doing in
next
that shot.
5 years, Thalen would rise in their ranks with uncommon speed.
Splash screen. That's Thalen. That's the first one. That's Thalen right there. She's on the splash screen in the game. Pay attention.
Her devotion and focus as unwavering as the mountain called Aegis. Those who once knew Phaedron spoke of his formidable spirit being present in his daughter, though they did not call her Thalen any longer. And all of this while Hassa ascended in the Ashen Quarter. Having proven her worth, Thalen now commands a troop of Dythea's hand, defending the White Gate, a pass in the Rhone border. She is a fierce and loyal commander, changing course from that of a rogue to a front-of-the-line warrior, though still retaining the knacks of her previous life. While serious in battle, Thalen relishes the jovial family life of her small but elite band of soldiers, seeing them as kin as much as her older brother Kassal, himself a warden of Oldwood, or younger twins Talon and Mysa.
Sounds like we might meet these people.
Much is left to be written about the life of Thalen Greyborn. For now, it should be said that the Red Mar's dedication to the elves has earned her respect from foes within Fairthale.
What this guy should have done, as awesome as this has been, where he had the one female voice come in a couple videos ago, he should have had a female reply, or as the voice of the second letter. That would have been much more meaningful or atmospheric to indicate that he was communicating with somebody else. Because it's her that he was communicating with. Am I playing Pantheon tonight? No. The movie night will go pretty much to the end of the stream, regular time. I have to go to bed because I have to get up early. I have a long drive ahead of me tomorrow. I'm not going to be here for the next 3 days. So I won't be back until, I think, Tuesday. I'll be back.
And interest from those far beyond it.
I don't want to be
While
away.
There will never be another Phaedron in her life.
It's a long story.
He is the heartbeat of her service to their people.
So that was the first character of note that we've already seen, because she's on the load screens. No, there should be 2 or 3 more. And no, I didn't look ahead. That's why I'm guessing. Okay, here's Belle Iris. Or Belle Iris.
The greater the strength of two opposing forces, the more vital is their balance. The body of an Archai is one such paradox of pressures. Delicately tuned, their outer husk is a mixture of mineral and magic, behaving as a skin but often mistaken for a shell. Like the crust of a warm planet, this husk constrains the living soul that dwells within. The two forces united in a painful process known as true birth. Still, the volatile soul cracks through the surface in seams
Sadly
of light,
not.
reminding the dead husk of its role as a necessary burden. And if this balance shifts in favor of either side, the result is a majestic fit of gore and light, ending with the smoldering husk of an Archai corpse.
Where I'm going, I won't have internet, so it'll be interesting.
For thousands of years on the planet of Roa, the Archai practiced a peculiar tradition known as infant surrender. On that former world, it was customary for some families to give a newborn to a monastic order known as the Atahain, severing any familial bond with the infant for the remainder of his or her life. A group of celibate servant monks, the Atahain were trained as defenders of the three religious sects of the Arkai, the Eru Neymar Pantheon, as well as bodyguards for
Neymar?
diplomatic envoys
They played
and the
soccer?
like. Their simple and often silent role placed them on a low rung of the social
football?
ladder, rarely taking even a name of their own. And while a tradition like infant surrender may seem extreme to you or I, it is a useful window into the interdependencies of Arkai culture. The monks would house and raise the child, rigidly imparting the mysteries of Roa to them from a very young age. Along with their internal regimen, acolyte bodies would become refined instruments of combat, each a living weapon wielded by a pure mind. Eventually, these young Atahain would join their brethren in the service of the Eru Neymar and their people as a whole. Yet on Terminus, the role of their servanthood took a dramatic turn. When none of the deities of the Eru Neymar could be sought out, the leaders of the diverse priestly orders convened and chose to turn over authority of their people to the very ones who had served them for so long. The Atahain would rule their new home of Suroa as an undivided house. The practice of surrendering a child to the Atahain would likewise undergo a transition of sorts. No longer would parents of Arkai infants bequeath them merely out of need, but instead out of honor and hope. Nearly 60 years ago, Beliris was one such child, given
So this is the continent of White Thaw, just so you guys know.
to the Atahain before her true birth. Despite the heavy cost they've placed on her shoulders, she has never lost her love for the way of monks. She is known as the Mother Mage, yet cannot bear children of her own. She travels Terminus as much as any Arkai, but her lone companions are a pair of prisms. The only warmth at night comes from fires lit by her own hands, and even the simple hope of a permanent home in Suroa is denied. Yet these sacrifices do not suffocate her joy. They merely kick it in the side. Here we need pause, for to tell this tale fairly, we must abandon the name Beliris for a time. For in her early days she had no such title. A student under the Atahain is simply called a child, and their relationship to each other that of siblings. For now, the girl who will become Beliris will simply be referred to as the child. After the near defeat in the Deicide War, the Atahain considered several blind spots in their preparedness. Among the reforms that followed, it was decided that using the arcane as an offensive weapon in times of war would be a useful counterpart to their defensive tradition. At that time, there was no reputation of wizardry among their people, though they have always possessed the ability to grow stone and crystal. Yet the discipline could have failed on two sides, either too much wildness or not enough. If the Arkai saw wizardry only as a necessary evil, it could end up as a loose thread on the floor, unspun from a tapestry to which it did not belong. Therefore, the Atahain chose to take the lead on fostering this new discipline, treating wizardry as a rare flower, fed from the richest soils Terminus could offer. Where other nations might train dozens and overwhelm with sheer numbers, the Arkai would train one master according to their own strident standards. This one would train two, these two would train four, and so forth. Thus, the core of Arkai wizardry would use its narrow numbers as a strength, aligning the strict disciplines of a monk
Haley.
with the powerful
That's correct.
wiles of a wizard. The response of the Arkai to the addition of wizardry was mixed. Few infants are surrendered in hopes they will become wielders of magic. Yet appreciation for the role has grown slowly over time. As for the acolytes, their feelings are generally not considered, as their future is decided entirely by the Atahain councils, with small chance of a life of their own choosing. Into this group fell the child. In her youth, the child was a model student. Of all things, she burned to be a faceless monk in the venerated halls of the Atahein, devouring wisdoms of the spirit and body with zeal. Though memory and meditation were her greatest gifts, it was the child's rigor in training that set her apart from her nameless student siblings. In time, the girl with radiant lavender eyes and obsidian skin caught the attention of her instructors, who noted a fervent desire to prove herself. And while these admirable traits are what betrayed her future, they are not the only ways in which she was remarkable. The Atahein life can be crushing to fully grown Archai, let alone physical and mental children. It is not uncommon for their souls as well as their bodies to be afflicted by a deep sickness of the heart to paralyzing effect. The child learned to sense the anguish of her siblings, and some would find themselves drawn to her in kind. Her words were a precious gift, yet it was her voice that healed their souls. Long into the night, the child's song would carry through the polished stone halls, floating between dusk and dawn like a sonnet to their dreams. The Archai voice is renowned for its natural echo, and the child's song would tend to the supernatural wounds of her siblings, even while they slept. There is a tale of Atahein instructors waiting for hours at the doors of the Acolyte barracks, listening for the child herself to pass into sleep, the silence signaling them to disassemble the ring of slumbering siblings and ferry them into their beds. Though in many ways those nights were a break with the Atahein tradition, it was wisdom that guided their order, not ritual. The child's effect was beyond denial. On the day she was to go before the Atahein Council that would decide if she was ready to start the path of a monk, the child carried with her the hopes of her siblings. Standing robed and still before the council, it was decided that the child would indeed enter training, yet not as a monk, but a wizard. Without a word, the child was ushered from their sight and separated from her siblings, sent to join the small band of arcane masters. Though the court of her fate seemed to adjourn, the child had one last appeal to make. Beyond the black sand sea that surrounds Suroa, the sheer peak of Garlossa rises high above the wintry wastes of mainland Whitethaw. It is there.
So now we're learning of points of interest on Whitethaw.
There, the Atahein travel to refine and deepen their meditations, as the harsh elements place peril and serenity alongside one another. With her former monk classmates setting off before dawn, the child clothed herself as one of them and secretly entered their column as it headed toward the mountain. High in the seclusion of Garlossa, the group settled in for a day of meditation. Unnoticed under her coverings, the child trekked even farther up the narrow heights. As the sun set with weary youths gathering in a line, the instructors counted heads prior to departure. One was not among them, and they soon found the child alone on the corner of a cliff. There she sat in meditation, calm, while the frigid winds raged, deaf as the instructors shouted for her to come down. Nothing could break her concentration or form. Motionless as the great rock itself, even as the falling night chased away her Atahein teachers. Alone, the snow gathered around the child's feet, piled up upon her lap, and rose to her shoulders. Ice formed over her face and hands, and it seemed she was prepared to perish on the mountain. In her final hours, 2 Atahein masters trekked up Garlossa to bring her down, with one breaking her meditation with a strike that cracked the outer layer of her chest. Her performance, he whispered in her ear, would change nothing. She would be a wizard, not for herself, but for the sake of her people. And perhaps, he continued as they carried her dimly lit body down the sheer mountainside, she would become the greatest wizard the Archai had ever known. Thawing on a glass table, ringed by flame-filled crystals, the nameless, broken youth woke to a hooded figure peering down at her face. Still unable to move, barely able to even see, she heard words spoken from within the hood's shadow. "Awaken, Belle Iris." Nothing more was said. The hooded figure's garment dragged slowly across the floor, disappearing behind the soft flicker of the fire crystals. Hearing for the first time what must be her name, Belle Iris cried out, gasping and lurching over on her side, cradling her body like a newborn. Archai produced no tears, yet the sound of their weeping is unmistakable. A cadence that is said to split the hearer in two. Twin echoes filled that healing room, one of joy and one of grief. From then on, Belle Iris took the mantle of a wizard as if it were a family name. She grew the nursery of Archai wizards into a garden of generational strength, even more than her predecessors. Her ability to remain steadfast of mind and yet warm of heart made her a model to her people and an ambassador to the world. Yet always her strength relied upon the quiet mystery of her meditations, a solitude that none but the gods could enter, were they ever to be found. Today, if she were to remain in Suroa for any length of time, Belle Iris would no doubt attract the attention of arcane masters from across the face of Terminus. Yet her life is one of constant sojourning, returning to Suroa only once a year to deposit her knowledge and meet with the acolyte instructors of the Atahain. During that yearly pilgrimage, she carries with her the sum of knowledge acquired, spells and wisdoms from across the planet, held in her mind and deposited into the spell prisms. She appears like a ghost without warning, as if made from the gray mists that surround Suroa, edges of her gown cut from the thick vapor. She walks down the streets of the city with no desire for recognition, yet it attends her nonetheless. First in the silence of those who catch sight of her, unaware they were waiting to see her until she appeared. Then in the hum of young Atahain students. They start toward her in a disciplined column, only to finally reach her side in a mass of joy-fed shrieks. These she has mothered not mainly by her presence, which is brief, but by her deposits of wisdom and mirth that dwell far longer in their lessons than she does. Moving through their swarm, she never stops, but sings a few songs with the children at her side. The laughter and noise rising and falling in waves. Yet quiet resumes when her feet approach the hallowed titan that is the Atahain citadel. Even the youth fall away in reverential silence as Belle Iris' silhouette is swallowed by this sleek and dark-limbed monolith. She sings one last verse to them, a kiss upon their faces, and never slows her gait. Inside the citadel, she glides through the pristine halls, the spell prisms floating at her side like obedient sirens, heavy from knowledge and scarred from their journey. The flat crystals in her white gown glints from the flame-filled prisms that light the citadel's corridors. The edges of Belle Iris' frame shift so little, it seems as if she is floating above the floor. Before an Atahain council of monks, wizards, and more, she will present the masteries she has acquired over the year. She will advise them on their use, warn them of their power, and recommend what be taught and what be kept at a safe distance. From there, she will spend the rest of her visit overseeing the future generation of Atahain pupils, a time filled with work, yet imperceptible from a holiday. At night, she still sings to the wounded hearts, the softly lit bodies of Archai children sleeping around her in rings. Yet on these nights her voice never trails, and the new dawn is ushered in with melody and peace. She is the Mother Mage, yet is ever a sibling.
You could use spell prisms? For sure.
In keeping with her monastic kin, Beliris is still ignorant as to who her parents were.
Kind of reminds me of the summoner pets, right? Because you can have two. They typically flank your side.
It is a testimony to her submission to the Atahine Order, for surely in some corner of their storehouses of knowledge, the answer could be found. Yet she...
You know, it could be that when the Archai come into the game, if you so choose to choose Wizard, Enchanter, Necro, maybe you do get the shards. Maybe. Or prisms. Maybe.
He has never looked, never dared to search the text of prism or page, nor has requested permission to do so. For Beliris is a disciple of the heart, as much as of the mind. The precepts of the Atahine brush away such thoughts like leaves in a storm. When Beliris has finished exhausting herself of wisdoms, practices, and perils, she is permitted to ask the Atahine Council if her replacement has been found, that she may be free to live as she pleases. For over 40 years, this answer has been no. Thus, Beliris returns to the unknown for another year, fading into the mist, crossing the Black Sand Sea, dwelling in the Archai consciousness, like a thing not remembered, yet not altogether forgotten.
Man, she had quite the story. Oh, is that her symbol? Yo, she's on the load screen, or splash screen. That logo. I didn't know whose logo that was. Ah, Arakamel. Here we go.
Terminus is a world of countless languages. For every one that finds common use, there are thousands that do not. Yet there are single words which may become universal, stepping beyond their native tongue and into the parlance of peoples living thousands of miles away. Words that find meaning beyond their definition. Like a helm meant for battle that finds fashionable use in a noble's court. An ogre named Arakamel has
Splash
carried
screen.
the word horn
Again.
to a place of notoriety in the darkest corners of the world, to the degree it is wrongly attributed as his surname. For while a hero horn to a place of notoriety.
If you pay attention to all the little details in the game, this is a faction. None of us know what it's for, but this is a faction hit that you get in-game. So, I'm guessing it's going to be I'm guessing it's going to be a faction on Rainfall. But the Dahan is a faction hit that you take in the game. That's all I'm going to say. You'll have to watch it for yourself.
Variety in the darkest corners of the world, to the degree it is wrongly attributed as his surname. For while a hero is defined by what he has done, the outcast by what he is not, Arakamel is defined by the mystery of what he is and the fear of what he will become. The clan, the tome, the victor. Amongst the 7 ogre clans, this brief recitation is known as the 3 virtues, and it is said to hold the 3 chambers of the ogre heart. It is a stark but simple trinity, one that has passed the test of any good proverb, being less about words and more about meaning. And though these virtues are quite unlike the moral rivets of elf or dwarven culture, they are the timber beams that make the large and peculiar tent of ogrekind possible. For the tenuously unified clans of Broken Maw, the 3 virtues form a constellation of existence, a map that charts a course through life. Their gods, traditions, and even morality are spun around these 3 points, with the threads of reality woven carefully in between.
So Broken Maw will be the ogre starting point on Rainfall. Broken Maw is where ogres start their life. It's also, I believe, where the Barrow Dark is going to be moved to. So, just so you guys know. Let us gather around the fire for another tale of a warrior mentioned in whispers for the defining ability to single pull an orc from a cluster of 4. Right? That'd be me. For sure.
As with every constellation, there is one star that shines the brightest, one that captivates the eye,
and its name is
and
Krushnek.
Whispers with its flicker.
Just kidding. Or am I?
To similar effect, each clan has one virtue that sits higher than the rest. The devout Way of Astur prize their Tome of War above all else, while the irreverent Fangoon celebrate familial bonding more than relics or battle. Yet, in all cases, the clan is the anchor for each of the virtues, where an immortal tether connects with the all-too-mortal world. Since each of the 7 Tomes of War were taken and presumed lost by the Black Moon King over 700 years ago, it may seem that the clans who prize those artifacts are at a disadvantage. Yet before he disappeared from Broken Maw, the king had much of the runic ciphers copied by scribes, and even these copies he left behind. Even without translation, the indecipherable runes hold considerable power, as even transcribing them is a task deadly enough to separate impostor from master. With such a delicate task necessary to produce so little reward, few clans see their tome as a North Star. Yet the Black Moon and Way of Astur are patient, or perhaps fanatical, enough to glean from these divine inscriptions no matter the cost. Among the Dark Sun, victory has forever been paramount. On the ogre's former planet of Gorok, this bloodthirsty clan was only as strong as its ability to conquer and subdue. The victor was the Dark Sun Lodestar, and a blade thrust into the neck of a foe was as much an expression of purpose as of power. Even their patron deity Rathamel tailored his followers to see themselves as instruments in his hands, rather than independent beings of flesh and blood. Thus, when on Terminus the Black Moon King buried their greatest warriors into the clay cliffs at the edge of the Whispering Lands, he crushed more than bones and bodies. If there were no Dark Sun warriors, what means of victory remained? If there was no means of victory, what was left of the clan? When the air settled and Rothuk easily claimed their Tome of War, he shook the dust of their identity from his feet. And though that moment occurred well over half a millennium ago, observers of the Ogre clans remark that the Dark Sun has never fully recovered. Yet if the 3 virtues are the very heart of every ogre, what becomes of those who've had them ripped from their chest? What is virtuous for one who has no clan, no tome, and therefore no means of victory? If all that is real is removed, are they even ogre anymore? From the perspective of Broken Maw, these outcasts are not. Historians often define the ogre word horn to mean homeless or a similar variant. This is an error, as the true meaning lies beyond that category. The oversight may be due to unfamiliarity with the ogre root word for home, which is something of a hybrid that means tome land. On their native planet, the tomes of war were the basis for each clan's existence, their claim to territory and legitimacy. Therefore, whatever land the home was in, the tome was in, without exception. Throughout the 7 clans, there are many wretched souls, murderers, slavers, and the like. Yet these individuals are afforded refuge or even honor within their own clan, despite what the larger population may think of them. To be Horn, however, is to have no place among any of these groups. There is no larger body to bleed on your behalf, or dare another clan to exact justice for your crimes. Horn exist without heritage and are severed from their lineage. Indeed, they are even marked for death by other ogres, who are permitted to kill their excommunicated brethren without cause or fear of retribution. This anchors the reality that Horn possess none of the 3 virtues, and therefore will not be defended as those who do. In a very ogre sense, Horn live outside existence, without a past, present, or future. Atop a hill, known simply as the Mouth, a young Arakamel watched as his father was led in pitch-soaked cords to the edge of a large crater. Located on the outskirts of Broken Maw, the Mouth was so named after the gaping pit that sat at its summit, a vast fissure that made the hill look as if it was screaming at the sky. From this height, the bodies of countless enemies had been tossed, fed to the unknown beast that roamed in the cavernous depths below. Arakamel trudged beneath torchlight, his 2 older brothers alongside, to the very edge of the yawning pit. In the daylight, the Mouth was a strange monolith, but in the night, it somehow seemed alive, as if it could swallow them all if it so desired. Arakamel stood wide-eyed as his father was commanded to kneel before the great pit, then closed those eyes when the sentence was read aloud.
Into the Mouth,
a tall ogre declared, for the killing of 2 members of the Black Moon clan. Arakamel had been home that morning when the 2 ogres who served Orokov, the lord of their clan, arrived on his family's land. He was there when his father spoke a single word to warn them from stepping further, and read the hesitation upon their faces even as their feet continued to move. Now, as he stood atop the Mouth, his face still bore specks of dried blood from the moment his father drove a stone tool into their skulls. Seeing this mighty ogre kneeling at the edge of death, the same dread that rippled through Arakamel that morning returned with compelling terror.
No,
he shouted. Steadily, his father rose to his feet. Whether planned or in response, none could say. The 6 or 7 guards scattered about the summit gripped their weapons till the wood groaned before taking a step toward him. Yet before any could strike, his father spoke with a voice as calm as the rain.
Honor does not die, my sons.
Without another word, he stepped back off the pit's edge, entering the belly of the Mouth without a single sound. Arakamel's eyes followed after his father's body, his hands reaching in the air, falling helplessly at his side. Now the ready guards turned for his oldest brother, but they did not make it far enough to touch him. It was Arakamel's eyes that changed first. Something clouded over them. A red that swirled for a moment before settling to a black as deep as the pit that consumed his father. With those eyes, he saw a familiar hesitation in the guards. And like his father, he took advantage of it. Though Arakamel was not yet fully grown, his ability to kill matured in an instant. In this moment, he was overwhelmed by the dire, his body unable to yield until it was satisfied with vengeance.
Cheesy-ass Dire Lords.
When the slaughter was complete, the only ogres left standing were Arakamel and his brothers. They dared not approach him, even as the black in his eyes began to recede. With few words, they implored him to flee Broken Maw and never return. As fear washed over him once more, Arakamel ran down the mouth, kicking dust in the dark and leaving his brothers to throw his victims into the pit. In the months that followed, the Dire came to Arakamel with increasing power, though most often as he slept. It would seem to warn him of threats even before his ears could detect them. The Black Moon sent dozens of warriors after him, assassins and even groups of shaman, yet the Dire revealed them all. In time, Arakamel became less of an ogre and more of what is known as a Dire Lord. Yet unlike most in that unsettling fraternity, Arakamel did not seem to trust the dark mystery that dwells within. Much of his effort was spent keeping the powerful force in check.
I was going to say, they couldn't make him any more cheesier by giving him an early warning system. Spider Sense works. Or the Peter Tingle.
Careful to wield and not be wielded by. As months became years, he spent much of his time as a soldier for hire, or occasionally leading small bands of Horn or Dire devotees. Yet knowledge more than war was Arakamel's focus, and no matter his battlefield success, the Dire would push him further into isolation. He did not revel or boast. He spoke no reply to challengers or fools. In fact, he rarely used words at all, even going so far as to place a slate mask over his mouth to speak for his silence. The Dire whitened his skin, removing him further from the appearance of an ogre and toward that of an apparition. His eyes stayed forever black, with smoke-like stains fanning out around the rim, as if they had been on fire for years. Arakamel continued to be hunted, but the body count of these assailants only grew in kind. In the early months, most were killed with his bare hands, until he fashioned the black-bladed weapon known as Moonfell. While he is no longer actively sought, there is a rumor that a bounty remains on his head, and even that his name is carved into the very throne of the Black Moon clan. This is so every successor king who sits upon it will be taunted until the Horn is dead. Arakamel has carvings of his own, but the cuts are into his skin rather than wood. These are the red runes that adorn his body, and their meaning is a riddle without an answer, perhaps even to Arakamel himself. Some have taken to calling these inscriptions the Tome of the Horn, completing a rather peculiar circle. One that suggests the three virtues may have power even greater than those in Broken Maw could have ever imagined.
There is one more splash screen figure of note. Hey, Hellgear, what's happening? So all Dire Lords should be pale white and black of eye filled with the Dire? Yeah, well, I mean, yes, there should be a color scale for skin. I agree. Or if you choose the class Dire Lord and you're an ogre, your skin should come out pale. I agree there too. Pantheon lore, there's something new. Oh, so Hellgear. So last Friday, I did something called Lore You Ready? It's stream number 1. Half the lore is there for Pantheon. So if you want to check out part 1, go back to last Friday's stream. Tonight is part 2, the conclusion, and this is the second half of the lore for Pantheon. It's been going for about 3.5 hours now. There's a lot of lore. And with all this lore, there's even more for them to do. Nothing here has gone into details about the Deicide War. Nothing has gone into details about Black Rose Keep. There's so much stuff they could do lore on. But this is a whole sequence from 7 years ago. This is when Pantheon first burst on the scene. So this is 7 to 8 years ago is all this content. But it all has stayed current to today. So again, there's one more character on a splash screen. And I'm pretty sure it's the next video. Pretty sure. There are 4 figures of note on splash screens. Or load screens. We've seen 3 of them. This should be number 4. Janisova. Yep. Janisova's the 4th one.
The phrase Janisova is to set a trap in your mouth, your teeth as the snare, and your tongue as the prey. What he is, let alone who he is one of the more lingering mysteries of the modern day. If it could be answered merely by a muscle or magic, then Sova would no doubt be just another hired sword that fell upon the lonely path known as the Dark Trades. This is the term given to assassins, bounty hunters, and agents of espionage.
If you pay attention, the Dark Trades are located in Barrowdark. Run into a couple of buildings in Barrowdark and you'll see the Dark Trade and their Dark Traders.
Whose professions are at once legitimate and illegitimate. Dark Traders are creatures of shadow and subterfuge, sleeping in the day but never truly able to rest. They would...
Looks like the Witcher pendant. I'm not gonna lie. If you look at the Witcher pendant, right there, it looks pretty close to the Witcher pendant. Only it's a wolf face. I just noticed that.
Prefer terminus revolve from night to night, the sky providing a moon to each. Sova is one such trader, a jack of none and master of all 3.
Geralt,
Though
yes.
To understand
Geralt.
what makes him unique among his brethren, we must consider a riddle. One that brings these kings of criminality lower than a beggar on the street. There is a saying on Terminus that is common only among dark traders, known as the turn. It is a brief but ubiquitous phrase that describes the nature of life on the illicit side of the law. While there are many ways to compose the turn, it usually goes something like this. Lie at night, die in light. If you are a dark trade professional, then the turn is a distillation of your life, poetic, full, and brief. For it is said that a dark trader must deceive himself before anyone else will believe him. They must believe they have no weakness, behave as if their wounds will always heal, and they've never considered a day when those lies will die by the light of a greater truth. For a few traders, the turn is a friendly teller of doom.
When you say what do you mean the port? The port of Verloon in Silent Plains? Oh, I don't recall seeing an open hatch. Where did you see the open hatch? Was it in back of I might have to go back to Port Royal. I never found a hatch. Kind of near the bank. I'll have to check it out.
And therefore, wise or even necessary to bear in mind. Yet for most, it is the devil's devil, an underwriter of a debt they can never repay.
I mean, it makes sense when you think about movies and TV shows and cartoons and video games, and it involves any sort of port or dock city with ships. You always have your shady people, right? It's a major transport hub. It connects to different parts of the world. It makes sense. I never saw the hole in the floor. I'll have to go back there and check it out again.
For the majority of traders, life is not even so glorious as this. There are many falsehoods surrounding their craft, chief among them that wealth and power are simply there for the taking. Contrary to this popular mythos, traders often have short, mad lives marked by poverty, injury, and early death. Most unfortunate souls who break into the dark trades do so out of desperation or delusion. Gang leaders prey upon the impoverished, pressing into service those with overwhelming debts or incurable illness. The middle class is also at risk, squeezed by blackmail or betrayal, perhaps deployed as a hired hand for a single chance to expunge their record before the sun rises on their sins. The military class is perhaps the most successful pool for novice traders, though all too often their experience betrays them, and the turn finds them a proper gallows to watch the night fade away. What separates the highest order of dark traders from the swinging feet of their counterparts is not that they deny the sun exists, but rather how well they navigate the inevitable dawn. Despite his shadowy reputation, Sova seems to walk into the very light his contemporaries dread, and thus far the turn has left him alone. Still, there is precious little about the man that is verifiably true, starting with the claim by some that he is not male at all. Even so, the most reputable accounts suggest that he is, and as such, this will not be challenged here or now. His age, stature, and species are similarly up for debate, although he is generally supposed to be human, though perhaps not of thrown fast. While there is no shortage of speculation around Sova, one attribute that remains consistent in nearly all accounts are his eyes. Round, deep set, and the color of amber that has been dipped into smoke. An owl's eyes. You should not be surprised that even this noteworthy but innocuous feature is associated with a legend all its own. Early in his career, Sova took a mission that was deemed impossible by the ranking members of his class. He let it be known that he had taken the contract and even leaked the date he would be making his strike against the Mark, the lord of a large and prosperous fiefdom. These brash impulses seemed out of character for Sova. Yet most surprising was that he did just as he said, and was unceremoniously captured that very day. First relieved and then furious, the Lord Mark of the castle searched for a proper way to humiliate the man sent to kill him. One member of his inner circle suggested that Sova be treated like the bird of prey he often claimed to be. The Lord was a cruel man, and delighted at the thought. Sova was stripped of his garments and hung in a birdcage just smaller than a man, hovering over the immense stone table in the Lord's banquet hall. From there the Lord would jeer and taunt him, throwing utensils and bones from afar, all while forbidding his prisoner to be given food and permitting him only a thimble of water at a time. Day after day, Sova never moved, except to swing in his cage in a slow, taunting glide. He did not wince at the words. He did not blink at the bones. Instead, he stared at the Lord from the moment he entered the great hall till the moment he left. It was an unsettling ritual, his amber eyes wide as two ghostly suns, their gaze tracking the Lord throughout his own keep. Whether jeered, threatened, or ignored, Sova would peer down at his captor until he was out of sight, then turn back into himself, like an owl going to sleep on its perch. Soon, the Lord felt Sova's sight on his back in other rooms as well. He saw those deep gold eyes in the faces of his children as they woke him from sleep, heard the flutter of feathers as the curtains were drawn. Eventually, he took his meals outside the great hall to avoid the gaze of the man in the cage. Even as he waited for him to die, his pride, or perhaps fear, was too great to slay Sova outright. One night he announced a feast to honor his capture of Sova, and the banquet hall was opened once again in a flurry of activity. Gaunt and unwashed, Sova still hung like a human chandelier over the opulent table, as it was laden so full with meats, cheeses, and fruits that the stone table itself was impossible to see. Standing as tall as he might, the Lord boasted of his personal feats in the fight against his assassin, and beckoned his audience to jeer at the bird in the cage. Yet by this time, Sova looked nothing like a killer, and while some enjoyed the Lord's sport, many were not inclined to take part. Feeling a creeping chill settling over the room, the Lord host invited his guests to commence feasting, before excusing himself for a moment. When he returned, the Lord found the feast hall in disarray and unbridled outrage amongst his guests. Accusations of trickery and humiliation were shouted at him, to his confusion. The Lord then begged to learn the source of their scorn. Surely the guests angrily rallied. He must know that the food tasted like the scat and offal of birds, as he had clearly planned to ensure their shame and discomfort. While they raged at this ruse, they also expressed that if real food was now to be served, amends could possibly be made. Yet there was no trick, the Lord retorted, in increasingly strident tones, and quite certainly no other food to be had. To show his sincerity, he tasted several times from the table and announced them to be agreeable to him. When it was clear no one believed him, and as some began to leave in disgust, the Lord began attempting to force food into the mouths of his remaining guests, laughing, crying, and running around like a man crazed. From that night on, his madness spread like wildfire, as his followers began to desert their posts. One morning, the few remaining men at arms under his employ rushed to shouts coming from the stable. There the Lord had drawn his bow and was taking aim at a horse calmly resting in its stall. "These giant owls must be killed," he exclaimed, or they would take over his keep. A mere day later, the Lord attacked his wife, claiming their sons were actually sired by a man with a beak and wings. Within the week, she fled with their children, and the remaining serfs left their lands as well. Last to leave was his childhood friend and captain of the guard, who pleaded with him to seek help. But he would hear no entreaties, and began setting fire to the outlying animal pens, as they could be filled with owls, of course. Night fell, and the fires raged. The Lord looked mournfully upon his own keep, and saw that it looked no more like his home than Sova's cage. He moved towards the grand entrance, flame in hand, but as he approached the door, he found his prisoner blocking the way. The final vestiges of sanity peeled away as he saw Sova free once more. The Lord began to set his own clothes alight.
I can't even see your eyes anymore.
He cackled, the flames sizzling up his thick cloak.
And Sova, you can't see mine.
Emaciated, Janice Sova dragged the still-burning body to a safe distance from the oaken doors of the keep, then quietly left to meet the signature of his mission. He informed them that the castle and all its lands were ready to be taken without so much as a drop of blood spilled. These were the terms of the contract no other dark trader would take. And this is how he earned the name Lord of Owls. That mission from his youth demonstrates an understated aspect of Sova's legacy. Rarely does bloodshed occur by his own hand, though his abilities in combat are as heralded as his mystique. Further complicating the man is his propensity to come to the aid of either side in a conflict, or to harm them both equally. Yet he is no great agent of balance, and his actions seem to be metered to a melody all his own. There is another tale that might shed light on Sova's silhouette, a more recent chapter from his book on subverting the subverted. It began with a contract on a daughter of the Tyrusa noble family of Thronefast. On the surface, the terms seemed self-evident. The girl was to be kidnapped and subsequently held for ransom. This was pretense of the darkest sort. The trader who took the contract would learn that the true purpose of the mission was to abduct the girl and slay her, leaving the crime indisputably at the feet of the fledgling human government of Paragos, a colony to the east of Kingsreach. Dark traders of elite stature are sought out through a number of ways, and the signature of this mission was in the habit of using a creature known as an echo, a sort of limited specter that can drift between the material and immaterial worlds. Whether or not he was contacted by an echo, Sova did not take the contract.
Holy smokes. Something just dawned on me. So, okay, for those who might not have been here, a few months ago, I decided to dabble around with AI one night, and I was looking into putting myself, my character, Krushnek, and the crew that I was running with last year through Smoldering Trenches and Enclave. And I was having AI try and gather as much information on the internet to create stories. It's pretty awesome. I think I still have the stories saved on my computer. My thing is, it created this wickedly awesome story about the six of us. It broke us all down. It had us all separated based on the race that we chose, where we came from, all the stuff about meeting in Avelia in the tavern, and then going out and breaching the Goblin Caves in order to rescue the villagers that had been kidnapped, and then moved on to Castle Thronefast in order to be notified of presence of bandit, whatever. Anyways, it did it. I keyed nothing. I didn't get any information from the viewers, nothing. We just let AI do its thing. And it wrote this really awesome story. But the one part that I wasn't sure of, it kept mentioning Echoborn, ECH, like Echo, like what they're talking about right this instant. There is nothing in the game to date that talks about Echo anything. They just said in this lore from 7 years ago, that an Echo is a wraith type creature that goes between the material and immaterial world. The story, one of the stories that I had done in AI, I asked it to create a key villain for the group of six. It created a villain who commanded a source of Echoborn, which turned out to be almost like otherworldly images of the companions. Krushnek and the other 5. And I dropped the story and I thought, okay, you know what? It all sounds really cool, but the Echo kind of takes me out of it because that makes no sense. I don't know anything. I've never heard of Echo anything. Now that I'm listening to this lore and he's talking about the Echo, the whole story makes sense. Guys, I'm telling you, AI is, I hate to say it, but it's phenomenal. Like, dude, do I still have, give me 1 second before we finish this video. Just to see if I can bring that up again. Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that. That we don't need. Bard myth, rainfall. Oh, I should take you guys through some of these. Epic story in Silent Plains. Is this it? Hang on, guys. Hang on. Okay. How do I... What? Let co access? No. Why would I want that to happen? Okay, just give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, story. I can't make that bigger. Yes, I can. Not quite ghosts. No. Okay, there's Krushnek, Wandara, Bobza, Anathea, Essien, Velreth. Okay. So just to give you guys an idea, don't pay attention to any of the other stories on the left-hand side. I might go over them at some point. We're not going to go over them right now. Okay. So this is what happened last September. In Copilot, I said, create a 200-page story based on... I'll try and make this quick. Create a 200-page story based on the lore of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen with a group of Krushnek, the male ogre warrior, Carrie, the female human ranger, Wandara, the male human summoner, Bobza, the male elven enchanter, and Anathea, the male human wizard, and Essien, the male human cleric, in Silent Plains. I gave it no other information, okay? I just told it to do something out of the lore. Blah, blah, blah. It says it's gone and done its thing. So it's created Echoes of the Silent Plains. So it talks about the setting being Silent Plains on Terminus, a vast windswept region haunted by ancient echoes and forgotten wars. Once a thriving center of arcane and divine power, now a desolate expanse where time feels fractured. The Silent Plains are littered with ruins, spectral anomalies, and remnants of the deicide war. All of that is fact, and all of that is in the game right now. So then it goes and creates Krushnek, ogre warrior, towering brute with a noble heart, frontline tank and protector, Carrie, the human ranger, sharp-eyed scout and survival, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Story structure. It broke it into acts and then chapters. So Act 1 is called The Gathering Storm. Chapter 1, Krushnek's exile from Broken Maw and his vision of the Silent Plains. Chapter 2, Carrie tracks a spectral beast and crosses paths with Krushnek, and so on and so forth. But the cool thing was, here's an example of Chapter 1, The Exile of Krushnek. The wind howled across the jagged cliffs of Broken Maw, carrying with it the scent... Oh, word wrap's not on. My bad. Anyways, whatever. You get the point. It did all this by itself. I didn't give it any additional information. I just gave it prompts. So then it goes down to the characters, and it creates origin, motivation, and conflict for each of the characters. But the cool thing is, all the way down here... oh, no, it might be before this. There's the chapel. Here it is. Okay. Can you create a backstory for a villain character? Villain name. Velreth the Echoborn. Now, I saw this initially and I thought, what the frig is an Echoborn? Because I've never heard of it in-game, so on and so forth. Race, unknown. Once human, now something fractured. Almost as if it's stuck between places. Class is an Echomancer. Never heard of an Echomancer. A forbidden fusion of Chronomancer and Necromancer. Not even sure what Chronomancer is. I don't even know if it's going to get referenced in the game. So this could be phony baloney right here. Could be. Backstory. The man who refused to die. It talks about how Valrith used to be a scholar, priest, and throne fast, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Now Valrith exists as a fractured being, appearing differently to each who sees him, young and idealistic, old and decayed, or a flickering shadow of both. He commands the Echo Sovereign, a god fragment bound to his will, and seeks to rewrite history by collapsing all timelines into one, his own. His motivation is to restore the gods by erasing everything else. AI gave me his powers and his threats, his personal conflict as to why he's doing what he's doing, almost like a Thanos type deal. Then it says, would you like me to write a scene where the party first encounters Valrith, or maybe a flashback from his perspective showing the moment he broke time itself? I said, can you write a scene where the party meets Valrith? The scene is called the Echoing Chapel. Setting, a crumbling chapel of forgotten gods half buried in the dust of the silent plains. The air is unnaturally still. Time feels suspended. Faint whispers echo from nowhere and everywhere. Then it goes in and actually does a scene where all the characters are talking. So the party stood at the threshold of the chapel, its spire shattered and half swallowed by the earth. Moonlight bled through the broken roof, casting fractured shadows across the altar. Essien stepped forward first, his hand trembling around his holy symbol. This place, it remembers, he whispered. Krushnek grunted. Then it remembers pain. Carrie knelt beside a cracked statue, her fingers brushing the stone. These gods were buried alive. Suddenly, the air shifted. A low hum vibrated through the floor, and the temperature dropped. Wandara's summoned wisp flickered and vanished. From the altar, a figure emerged, not walking, but unfolding, like a memory being replayed. His form shimmered between ages, a young man in priestly robes, an old scholar with hollow eyes, a shadow stitched from broken time. Valrith. You tread upon sacred echoes, he said. Echoes, again, mentions echoes. Now, remember, when we're going through this back in September, I'm thinking AI pulled echoes from somewhere else on the internet. Nothing related to Pantheon, because in all the time I've been in Pantheon, I have never heard of echo anything until this video tonight. So that's why I'm bringing this up, because I'm over the moon that this was actually all correct and accurate. Anyhow, it's a whole thing where we get ready to confront him. He says we're not ready to see what the future brings. He opens up a rift. A group of echoes come through that take on the form or the appearance of us, and then we end up fighting our mirror images, a la evil Star Trek. And anyhow, he ends up getting away. But after that, the scene continuation, it talks about the 6 different echoes and who they are, how they act, or what have you. The battle happens, and then I said, can you suggest side quests related to their echoes? So then AI went and created side quests based off of Pantheon lore. So Krushnek being an ogre, Trial of the Maw, carries the Grove of Lost Tracks. Wandara is the Summoner's Debt. Bobza is the Mirror of Minds. Anathea is the Archivist's Lie, or the Archivist's. Essien is the Prophet's Flame. Then I said, based on the lore of Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen, and the main party in this story, create portraits. Now, the portraits have expired. Unless you save it, which I didn't do at the time, the portraits will disappear after a while. So there's a series of portraits, then there's a group portrait, and then down here at the end, okay, this is still all portrait stuff. Wasn't there something at the end? Oh, yeah, and then it created Valrith, but you Valrith the Echoborn? Is that going to work? I think that's busted. Yeah, it's not found. Anyways, I just thought it was pretty awesome now that I've heard Echo tonight in the video, because that means this entire, the whole story there was legit, which was cool. By the way, if you come over here, so I was testing AI to see how good AI could be. So I went and asked it to create a rap about rainfall, the continent, in the style of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I said I'd never read this again. Okay, so let me Where is it? Might be the top here. The Fresh Prince of Rainfall. Now, this is a story all about how rainfall got flipped, turned upside down, and I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how this continent became the wildest on Terminus Air. In the west of the world, born and raised on volcanic shores where the dragons blaze, chillin' out, craftin', fightin' all cool, dodging ashen elves like it's old school duels. When a couple of storms, they were up to no good, started making trouble in my neighborhood. Wait, am I gonna get... I hope I don't get DMCA'd for saying this. Gotten one little raid and the giants got scared. They said, "You're heading to the wastes where the brave don't dare." I whistled for a skiff, and when it came near, it was carved out of bone with a Dire Lord steer. If anything, I'd say this ride was rare, but I thought, nah, forget it. Yo, to rainfall we tear. I pulled up to the docks, about 7 or 8, and I yelled to the Titans, "Yo, I'll change my fate." Looked over the cliffs at the storms in the air and said, "Rainfall, baby, I'm the new hero here." I can't make this up. AI made this up. All I told it to do was create a rap about rainfall in the style of Fresh Prince of Bel. Like, dude, you can have a lot of fun with this stuff. Never mind the fear of it putting people out of jobs or what have you, but just to mess around with, like, dude, hilarious. What I do here? Oh, then I said, based on the lore of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, create a song about the continent of Kingsreach in the style of Living on a Prayer by Bon Jovi. Storms roll in from the amber coast. Waves crash hard where the sailors boast. Anyways, the whole, like, the giants march in the northern cold, and the wilds whisper secrets old, but the heart of Kingsreach never folds. It beats on, brave and bold. Like, dude. Oh, yeah, and then we go, where's the halfway? We're halfway there. Hold on in Kingsreach. Hold on in Kingsreach when the storms flare. You stand your ground, you grit your teeth. The world's not fair. Dude. And then down here, I said, create a song about Wild's End in the style of Born to be Wild. So it created Born to be Wild's End. I can't make this up. The whole song, I'm not going to sing this, but the whole song, like, it created verse 1, a chorus, verse 2, a chorus, the bridge, and the final chorus in the style of Born to be Wild. If you want, I can also spin a Fey Punk remix, a tribal drum heavy version. What else do we have here? Let me see what else I have here real quick. Ballads of Terminus Continents. Okay, so there are 3 continents in the game. So it created the Ballad of King. Now, these were created as if something a bard would sing in a tavern on Terminus. So there's the Ballad of Kingsreach, known as the Crown of the Dawn. There's the Ballad of Rainfall, the Dragon's Shadow. There's the Ballad of Whitethaw, the Silent North. But here's the cool thing. It actually goes and breaks down the songs. So when I did this first prompt, I asked it to create ballads, and it created brief ballad. Like, you see 3 verses. Verse 1, chorus, verse 2. Verse 1, chorus, verse 2. Verse 1, chorus, verse 2. Down here, AI said, if you'd like, I can compose these as fully fleshed bard songs. Now, I said, compose these as fully fleshed bard songs. It created the Crown of the Dawn, the Song of Kingsreach. Gave us verse 1, pre-chorus, chorus, verse 2, bridge, and final chorus. But here's what else it did. It gave us the tempo, 4/4 time. It gave us the mood, proud, uplifting with a touch of nostalgia. And it gave us the instrumentation. Use lute, fiddle, and bodhran drum, whatever a bodhran drum. I'm assuming bodhran drum is in game or what have you. It's a Pantheon reference. So those are the instruments. Now you come down to Rainfall, which is where the ogres are. Tempo is driving and dark, 6/8 time. The mood is ominous, powerful, with a sense of ancient danger. Instrumentation, deep drums, war horn, and low strings. Then you come down here to Whitethaw, which is cold. So it's slow and solemn at 3/4 time. The mood is cold, enduring with a quiet strength, and the instrumentation is harp, flute, and deep drum. And it actually created fully fledged bard songs based off the three continents. Man, I got so creative. Then I did the Ballad of Broken Maw. Based on the lore of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, create the Ballad of Broken Maw. So it actually created the seven stood apart. That's the seven clans, the seven tomes of war. We just learned about that 20 minutes ago. Gorok used to be, or was, where the ogres were from before they came to turn. Like, dude, everything. It references it. Dude, it's crazy. Anyways, we're off topic. We got to get through this.
Instead, it was claimed by the Daywalker. This mountain of an assassin wears pure white wrappings all over his body, and is said to move so swiftly that neither dust nor blood can stick to those garments. His eyes, hands, and feet are all that are left uncovered, and he uses no weapon or tool in his craft. Yet his name comes not from the color of his clothing, but the time at which he strikes. Broad daylight, on every occasion. The young Tyrusa lady relaxed with her family beneath an opulent tent on their private isle in the Bethrael Sea. Their party was guarded by no less than a dozen men-at-arms, with additional scouts spread throughout the shore and forest. When Cirrus was highest in the sky, they sounded an alarm. A large beast was approaching their camp. In truth, it was the Daywalker. His pace deliberately slow, his frame as solid as stone, inviting the Tyrusa family guards to intersect with him, far from the main party. The sand muffled his steps, but each foot sunk clumsily into the sand and surf, marking a trail behind him. It seemed his heralded speed would be neutralized in this pristine and carefully chosen environment. The dry grains of sand exploded around the soldiers' boots as they hurtled themselves towards him, with a few left back to herd the family off to the safety of the rowboats further down the shore. A wizard stood behind the men as they charged, her sweaty hands starting to crackle with energy in the same fractured beat of her heart. At this juncture, the Daywalker set his steps upon the sand, as if it were as solid as stone. Then he began to run. It is said there is a moment when the turn arrives, a flash when the lies of the night die in the face of the light. Perhaps it comes in a whisper, the glint of sudden steel, or the first trickle of blood. But in this moment, on that tiny isle, the turn was quiet for some and loud for others. The Daywalker leapt over the men-at-arms, leaving their swords and pikes as impotent as their shouts. He only picked up speed as he landed, then drove his foot so hard into the wizard's chest, she flew backwards into the water, dead. His speed was that of a dragon diving down in attack, while his body remained as calm as a dove. He finally slowed as he approached the last of the gods, snapping arms and necks with the routine movements of a chef preparing crabs for a feast. Yet something slowed his spirit, for as he leapt once more through the air and came crashing down onto the painted wooden rowboat, the Daywalker saw no sign of the girl, the target. The parents and siblings were struggling in the water, but they were not his concern. He left the boat a mass of shattered timber and bones, then dismissively marched towards the waves and directly into the sea. Sova was not seen at the attack. He was not mentioned by any of the survivors, nor by the noble Lord Tyrusa, who was himself grievously injured in the fray. When the battle passed, 5 men-at-arms lay dead on the sand, their wounds creating pools of red crystal until the tide swept it all away. The wizard was pulled lifeless from the sea. The Lord and his lady survived, and the Daywalker was gone. Yet what of their daughter? The one for whom this calamity had been launched. She was gone, Not in the arms of the Daywalker. Not under the protection of any god. That afternoon, she was found sleeping in her bed in Thronefast, resting off a fever that had come suddenly upon her. She had told no one, and none could say, least of all the girl herself, if she had ever left the bed that morning. Yet when she awoke from that dream-filled sleep, the girl noticed a mottled gray feather in the palm of her hand. Nothing more.
So he drugged a kid to keep her in bed. Good guy or slimeball? I don't know. I don't know. No, I don't know. I think, is there another? I think there's... Yeah, Castigate, or Castigue Part 3.
Kaolian, forgive my words if they are scattered.
This is the third letter.
And my ink if it smears. For I have just received an education in haste. And whether I am barely alive or wholly safe, the distance I've traveled from harm is yet to grant me any rest. I should say we have traveled. Alas, permit me tell you the whole tale.
Part 3, Volume 1? What?
Your last reply was appreciated, though certainly hard to accept.
It's gonna be a big letter.
I pored over every line in increasing misery. Even amidst these halls of the Odasan citadel of Kadasa, with its sheer and resplendent achievements of effort and design, glowing like an endless dawn, your conclusions left me agitated and joyless. My first resolve was to search every connection I had made among the dwarves for some insight into our new dilemma. This was selfish, of course, and madly so. It garnered me nothing, and after one such exchange with an elder dwarf, named Oldern, I believe, I swung my fist in anger at a stone statue. Pitying my whimpers, he turned back to me and loosed a soft but clear suggestion. Perhaps, Narian, you should stop asking dwarves about the language of dragons. Watching him trudge slowly away down the hall, my heart sparked, and I bore a wild idea. I ran to my room, bathed, wrapped my injured hand, which still aches in this frigid air, and prepared to find my own way to... Yes, it sounds utterly foolish now, but a dragon. By providence, this desire was ruined with the next morning's wind, driving sheets of thick snow past the windows of my bedchamber. This citadel is breathtaking, Kaolian, and I was forced to consider the strong winter it was protecting me from. Such a wilderness lay off Kadasa's border, and I knew no way upon it, through it, or way to anything like a dragon. I began to question my resolve, even my sensibilities. Foolishness crept over me in a way I'd felt as a boy when first presented with true men of war, and realizing my wooden sword was too dull to split anything but the air. I was a child when I first glimpsed a dragon. I had a fascination with the birds of Terminus, and the wooded plains around Haven Song are heartily populated with them. I was perched within one such grove when a shadow fell over me. Indeed, the entire grove was eclipsed by a fleeting darkness. Higher than the misty clouds that hover around the Roans, the beast flew, circling twice that I observed. A simple, soundless gray dragon, sailing on the wind streams that flow through the skies. This titan massive yet unspectacular among the host of dragonkind, gliding like the smallest gull.
Gliding.
My eyes chased after it, and though I ran furiously, my gaze fell breathless as it coursed east in slow, easy beats, until I could see it no longer. The morning I woke to this winter, after scolding myself for entertaining such an idea the night before, I sank into malaise and something like sadness. I refused food, fresh garments, and all but mead. This was not just indulgence. The old Dawson dwarves brew it with something else than honey. Strong but not sour, and hot, like drinking flame at first but ending with a chill. Days went by. How many I'm no longer certain, for they all rolled like wobbly spheres between my feet and the stone floor. Weakly I passed over them, usually into my bed.
Hey, Andrecius, what's happening? Pantheon? Yes. Last Friday, we did Lore You Ready Part 1, and tonight is Lore You Ready Part 2.
I had such strange dreams in those evenings, often waking in sweaty panic. Yet in the midst of one peaceful night, I was shaken awake by a hooded figure, seemingly dwarven, with a voice I did not recognize.
Get up quickly. There are warm coverings on the other side of your bed. Put them on, all of them, and with great haste.
I felt no need to object, so certain was this voice, and so uncertain was I that this wasn't another near-lucid dream. The garments were dense and heavy, and next to a glowing fire, they made me unbearably warm. The one who woke me returned in moments, chiding me again to rush with my boots and uncomfortably offering to help, which I refused. We exited to the hall and then down a corridor or two. Soon we were in places unfamiliar to me, which opened to the depths of the citadel I could not have imagined. Just as I felt the need to speak my first words of the evening, my guide, I was nearly certain he was dwarven now due to his stature, stopped before a seamless stone wall and abruptly grabbed my wrist.
When I depart, and you can no longer see me, push right here.
The dwarf pressed my hand on a perfectly nondescript spot on the towering slab as if it were clearly marked.
When I have departed, understand?
I nodded at this.
Good.
The dwarf paused, studying me for a length I felt nearly unkind, probably noting my profuse sweating. At length he spoke.
I don't want to know what you're after, but this will be a lifetime of firsts, human.
He paused again, huffed, then turned away, muttering a handful of indiscernible phrases, leaving me in near total darkness and my hand held fast against the stone. Thus I waited, yawning, and when I could no longer see him, I pushed. A six-sided sliver of the stone gave, though I needed both hands to push. Once this piece slid in up to my elbow, an entire six-sided door pushed in as well, appearing out of the seamless rock. Astonished, I slipped through to a descending hall with orbs of light tethered to each wall in a volleyed array. Frigid air whistled around me from the unseen below, and I regarded the clothing provisions very well. The hidden door then sealed up behind me. Turning quickly, I placed a hand on the frozen stone and lingered there for a moment, letting my fingers run across the grooves and smooth places. With no alternative, I turned back to the hidden hall, stepping down the stone-cut steps for what seemed like a quarter of an hour. Near the end of my descent, an unexpected noise began to infiltrate the stillness. It was quite alarming when I recognized it, but unmistakable. The sound coastal waves make when they lap against rock. I was reminded of the line from the sailor's hymn I'd often heard within the tavern of Rulun. The tides, a song which never sleeps. And in that moment, I too no longer craved sleep, for in the midst of night my mind was beginning to dawn.
As I exited the final step onto a thin waif of a mooring, I saw a vast stretch of sea with hazy fog upon it and a thin coast beyond. Under the flint-struck stars, the harmony was a buffer to the biting cold.
This is funny that he's talking about an island near the Tavern of Verloon. If you go to the port of Verloon and you go to the docks and you stand on the edge of the wharf and you look outwards with your clip playing at max, you see an island silhouette in the distance. No idea what it's for because you can't get to it right now. But it's fun. It seems like he's describing that island that you can see off the dock of Verloon in game. Hey, Beck. This guy sounds like Sea Snake from House of the Dragon. Yeah. Browse around things. We're really on a roll. I like that trajectory. Yeah. I mean, there's a whole ton of lore. There's so much lore that they never published to the internet, and now that the lore's been pulled off the site, this is pretty much our only source.
There was also a boat. Not much greater than a common dinghy, it was watched over by a very large, oddly placed statue, with a hooded cloak obscuring its face. Good evening, Narian of Havensong. A hooded statue that was now speaking, of course, to me. Excuse me, I exclaimed, and did so while nearly falling back into the water. I beg your forgiveness, sir. Sir? I thought I heard a chuckle in reply. Unhindered by my surprise and seemingly very much expecting me, he motioned to the boat. Time must not be misused, young Castigue. Of course, I replied, and carefully obliged. His voice was deep and rich, even when soft, almost as though it was rising up from a vast cavern, or carried through a magnificent cathedral before leaving his mouth, never losing its fullness. The boat was sturdier than I expected. It felt natural to take a seat in the bow, and I watched the towering figure enter gracefully at the stern. I noted what I assumed to be a rather wide hilt or handle lift his outer cloak as he sat, just behind his left shoulder. We set off on the easy waves, though it drew no notice at the time, and I'm still not certain how exactly the craft ferried, for neither of us rowed. There were no oars or sails, and yet we sped along well. My stoic companion held the head of a steering paddle under his right forearm, which kept us on a precise line toward the shore, now becoming more clear in the distance. I began to feel cold from lack of movement. The breaking waves foretold of nearing land, and I could now discern another figure, cloaked and motionless, standing upon the snow-covered shore. As we made land, I considered the final words of the dwarf who woke me, and how easily I had acquiesced. I was now in a new realm, in the pit of night, in the company of two unknown companions who I could not say one name between, and certainly not their purpose. My introspection was broken as the one on the shore raised his head to acknowledge us. Beneath his hood were three distinct ember-like lights, bright and perhaps burning. They were set into a triangular pattern. Two must have been eyes, I thought. When he spoke, his voice had the most delicate echo of itself, a resonance that was almost imperceptible. When you emphasized the clandestine nature of tonight's events, Kazas, I thought surely you would swim instead of risking a boat. I was sure the name must have been spoken in error. If your people hear of their king adventuring in the middle of the night, well, that wouldn't do. This I keep to your confidence, Kaolian. As we stepped onto the shore, I found myself in stride with the high mortal of the Oldasan dwarves, the one they dearly refer to as father, and yet fear with perfect respect. His might and discernment were emblazoned in the souls of every dwarf I had encountered. So great was the sacrifice of his yielded immortality. This was my ferryman, Kazaz, the refugee. At that moment, I stumbled completely in the thick snow, nearly tumbling back into the icy water while taking far too long to regain my balance. Mercifully, Kazar's full-throated laugh took attention off my flailing about, and the well-timed commentary from our newest companion at my expense kept the Dwarf King's laughter steady for several moments.
Rel Siren, you simmer speech like a master chef.
But when his laughter abated, a soberness fell upon both of them. I wondered if those would be the only laughs we'd share on this journey.
Narian Havensong, this is Rel Siren of Suroa, the Isle of the Arkai.
Rel Siren lowered his hood completely, and I noticed it was of a peculiar, almost mineral-like fabric, with light scrawls all over. Yet it rested like cloth on his broad shoulders. Strands of his hair were white, hued with the snows beneath our feet. Of the 3 burning spots, 2 were indeed his eyes, yet they shimmered in the way of a jewel. The 3rd burning was centered in the midst of his forehead, and the thinnest veins of glowing heat traced organically over his face, drawing from his mouth and eyes.
Welcome, Narian.
He donned the hood and started to lead us.
My people will hear of your name and of this night, I believe.
Kazas cleared his throat.
Of course. Not for some time.
The 2 of us followed him into the snowlands. I tell you very little of this portion of the journey, as it was miserable to endure, and truthfully, I don't recall much. I know we trekked for some time. More than once I thought I had been asleep even as we walked. It seemed as if the darkness of the night were enhanced, as there was a gloom and shadow that hung in the air. It was bitterly cold, and the land itself was frost-chapped. In the midst of these surroundings, the mere strides of my 2 companions, wedded with whatever mystical empowerments enhanced their bodies, transformed me once again into the child with sticks for weapons. And I could not understand why I was there. For all those hours, I could barely discern our direction. At length, I drew the courage to stammer a question across my frigid lips.
Where, King, or Rel Siren, where might we all, the 3 of us, where are we traversing to?
Both of them slowed their pace a bit.
We are going to find your answers, Narian,
Kazas replied.
Oh, so we're all going to talk
the
to a dragon.
Statement back to myself, slowly realizing what was meant.
We are skirting the tenebrous tundra, the great buffer between us and the kingdom underneath, and doing so at night for...
The what? I cut in.
Oh, forgive me. It's just that this certainty, not the tundra we traveled through on our way to Kadasa. What is tenebrous? And what kingdom could possibly exist out here?
The heavy crunch of ice crystals lent a tense tempo to the wait. Rel Siren's voice hung in the air, like the ribbons of the dim auroras in the sky above us.
You have need of a king, human. But you may not have all the king's secrets.
After this, we hiked in silence for an hour, perhaps. As we walked suddenly out of the endless murk, there appeared a towering silhouette before us. As I peered more carefully, I could see an array of them continuing into the distance, whether of ice or stone or gold. So bizarrely dark were they, I could not tell. Kazas's voice broke the quiet.
How long will this take?
Rel Siren didn't turn.
Moments, as I stated.
He led us onto an icy sheet, as if a frozen river had formed, winding a path among these looming cliffs. The Dwarf King continued.
And how long will we have? That I cannot easily say,
Rel Siren replied as he motioned us to a stop. Before us was a sheer, uncut face of relatively tall cliffs. I could almost hear the Arkai smile, his rocky arms lowering the simple but majestic hood. Yet as I watched Rel Siren approach the base of the tower-like stone, I noticed an unnatural element upon the rock's surface. Beneath the high moon, the gloomy air around us seemed to thin as glimmers of light fanned out across the raw stone like an explosion frozen in time. Rising higher than even Kazas, this burst forth in two beautiful wings made of nothing but subtle metallic contrasts in the stone. A weave, painstaking and intricate, etched in a way that whispered of mastery, at once strikingly bold and yet soft and hidden. I have seen nothing like it on all of Terminus. Kazas cleared his throat and quite literally slid me behind himself, for in my study I failed to observe Relsirin's hunched posture. His cloak off and draped at his side, the thin ember lines that traced across his face were cut in deep red and orange veins over his bare, dark-muscled back. It was a vibrant contrast to the delicate flakes of snow falling and evaporating in his growing heat. He emitted a low rumble, like a volcano building pressure. As I peered from beneath Kazas's raiment, it appeared as if the Arkai's hands were sunken into the rock. The glints in the cliffside began to glow. In moments, every last metal flake was alive, transformed into a glorious and scintillating shimmer. Then the radiant glints began to race within the stone itself. They flew like grains of sand before an approaching storm, but in perfect concert. Their collective sound was a score of sizzles. When at last the bright symphony concluded, I gasped at what it had wrought. In a tremor, I turned my back to Kazas, but I heard the High Mortal exhale and regarded again the company I was in. I thought of you, Kaolian, and of our research. Even the epic of our peoples, most having lost the desire to know why we have all been tethered here to Terminus and displaced from our own respective worlds and realms. I have not lost that desire, nor, I think, have you. I stood there, amidst the fading lights smoldering around the heavy-breathed Arkai, discerning the image now visible in the still-smoking stone. An insidious, winged dragon. Telnarsus, the snow dragon.
Oh, cliffhanger. Continued in Volume 2. Do we have a Volume 2? I didn't think we had past 35. Maybe we do. Let's see what happens. Oh, there's a Volume 2. Okay. Chat, there is more lore than I thought. Remember, through all of this, our narrator's main goal has been to understand dragon language, because he wants to understand the dragon accords.
If Kazas's tone was even a fraction less enthused, the sight would have fainted me. Still, he left me in shivers and strode to the cliff wall, soundlessly pulling his mythical great hammer from his back.
By the way, it looks like we don't have closed captioning for this one.
With one effortless blow, he crashed the hammer's head against the stone, eliciting a sharp ring that bounded off the cliff corridors all around us. A passageway opened in response, flinging wide from the impact.
Utterly overzealous, King.
Relsiren was putting on his cloak, the water around his feet turning back to ice as it cooled along with his body. It was then I noticed the obsidian blade stuck in the earth. He retrieved it and with a twirl of artistic routine sheathed it at his waist, bent at an angle.
Merely a knock, General. You are kind to unlock this old gate.
Kazas quickly scanned the cutting cliff tops all around us. Silence did not seem to allay his focus.
How long do we have?
An hour, perhaps. Relsiren nodded at Kazas's hammer.
Be certain to return with your knocker.
Then a line I found most curious.
The Ill Watcher has seen all of this.
Kazas produced a staff from beneath his cloak.
Of that, I was certain.
The staff looked like a simple stick in his hand. He struck it against the rock and the end ignited. His eyes turned to me, and he handed it with fingertips into my open, quivering palm. He then knelt low, hunching before me, yet still much taller.
I warn you now of him we shall soon see, Narian.
His eyes pulled me into his own, overcoming the rising winds that whipped at my face.
No matter how he regards you, his concern is only for himself. Do not forget it.
I nodded vigorously. He turned to Relsiren and whispered,
"A moment,"
then disappeared into the cave. Alone, I stepped toward the archive. Is this the only way in? I grazed the handle of the opposing door, fingertips sensing the heat. No, Relsiren replied.
But it is for us.
I see. Well, will this dragon be cross when we find it? Coming so late and unannounced?
The snow dragon is nocturnal.
He placed a hand on my shoulder.
And he already knows you are here.
His words again hovered over me.
Right,
I covered.
the Watcher and all that.
I began a chuckle out of uneasiness, really, but his countenance remained as rigid as his skin. Kazas emerged from the passage and beckoned I follow. At this, Relsiren turned his back to the opening, and the Dwarf King and I departed into the dark. Despite the torch, or because of it, I kept close to Kazas inside the cave, realizing quickly that the light was for me, as he seemed to have no need for it. For the first time in our journey, I heard the scrape of armor beneath his outer coat, and my throat tightened. The whole place seemed narrow, even for a human. How the large high mortal maneuvered was a testament to his dexterity. Every step was either frozen or wet. The passages were given to a constant inhalation of breezes, piped in from unseen cracks in the mountain crust. I assured myself this was the reason for the often unsettling noises coming up to the myriad of dark passages and tunnels we passed by. Kazas's pace felt like a leash around my waist. He could speak and climb without strain to his voice.
You carry this reputed document with you now, I assume. Tragic to have come all this way, just for our health.
I must have held silent in surprise a bit too long, for Kazas's voice softened.
Narian, if you have spoken to a single good dwarf, you have spoken to me.
I do, sir. My reply was comparably labored. Yes, Kaolian, from the time I received your precise copy of the Accord, I had spent most of every day with it tied around my body, scrolled up in the crook of my back, the twine cinched just below my chest, even as I slept. It was still nestled this way against my spine as we worked through the tunnel, and Kazas inquired no further. And so our journey went, the terrain rarely helpful, but almost never a hindrance. The passage wound, jutted, reversed upon itself, and ceased entirely at times. But in those dead ends, some intrepid explorer had carved out and buttressed an opening, seemingly ages before our ascent.
You know your way well, I commented. It would fatigue my mind to recall anything in this place.
I know the way, because I do not rely on my mind,
he replied. I permitted silence resume, though I could not know it. The travel was nearly complete. Our arrival at the summit was sudden. The thick walls rolled back and our perspective widened immediately. Winds curled like waves beneath a deep ocean squall, whistling and thrumming from beyond our sight. The elevation was imperceptible in the snow gusts, but I could sense the height. Before us was a limitless black that was too dense for the torch to pierce, though in the moments when the winds ebbed, the moonlight cast over the outline of a ruined structure, something like an abandoned altar. Pillars cracked and toppled, the dead holy elements bearing a crosshatch of deep scars. Out from this blinding tempest of wind, snow and torchlight, we were hailed before I could see any sight of what greeted us.
What draws the mountain shaper up to my meager roost? Alone.
The sound of the voice still resonates in my mind, alive and clear, like claws over smooth stones, its word dragged into my ear, clicking melodically. Yet they settled like a cart full of ash, dumped all at once and creating their own wake. The cavern roof behind us amplified the speech with the wind, and I felt surrounded by an invisible giant, keeping itself hidden behind the cloak of night and snow. Though in moments I could see an ethereal glow of blue-green flash as lightning within a thunderhead.
Was the fire sprite not bold enough to join you? Piteous. Or surely a few dwarves would have relished the chance to journey with their father, bringing home tales to pass down through their lines, unless you needed to keep this from them, O King.
If Kazas was amused in the slightest, he suffocated it.
Perhaps you ought step into the light, for you have miscounted the number before you.
This triggered the beast to good effect. 2 swirls of wind opened suddenly before us, parting the snows like curtains and knocking me to the ground. And through the open veil, the dragon Telnarsis walked toward us, down the steps of the dilapidated altar.
I have missed nothing, Kazas.
Telnarsis covered his displeasure.
And expound upon your purpose, or depart.
I dare say Telnarsis paraded before us a mix of indifference and display. The ground barely recoiled as he moved, each thick leg fully supported by the fingers of the claw. Elegant and dreadful. The whitish lower hide bore an inverted crown of spines, which made the fluidity of his body control organic majesty. His upper skin melded into ash grays and near blacks. In the moon-mixed torchlight, it gleamed as though once polished, or liquid thawed and then frozen again. His wings bent up at an angle when closed, in a way I've only seen in the great swans that gather inside the inner courtyard of Heavensong's honor gardens. When open, these flying arms seemed oversized, long and thin, but otherwise beyond compare. For I have never seen another created feature like the wings of a dragon. In his neck was the mesmerizing blue-green light, pulsing softly with his voice. Along his throat, the spines grew in size and keenness. They appeared to be made of clouded ice, and I assumed the beast sharpened them himself, for they looked more like the blades of a dagger than spikes on a serpent. These also ran along his backbone and disappeared behind the crest of his skull, lessening in number but growing in size. I counted 8 or 9, a few with tips broken off. They stood like upright icicles,
wide and angled back, giving Telnarsis unnatural sleekness. This recalled the image upon the Archive door, and I thought it admirably accurate, yet incomparable to the reality. His nose was not long, but bore a fitting like a shield upon the tip that was rough and iridescent. The salivary expulsions from his nostrils and mouth crusted or froze. I could not tell in the dimness. As Telnarsis dropped his body and laid down, he let the mountain tremble beneath his weight, signaling disregard. His posture echoed the boredom. In kind, Kazas leaned against the hulking boulder as though it were a common chair.
We have use of your language,
the High Mortal began.
Rather, one of them in particular.
Telnarsis did not even look at us.
Go on,
he managed. Kazas nodded at me with his eyes. I shook my head far too vigorously in acknowledgement. We are confounded by the dragon Tong Jack Elrin, good sir. Good dragon, sir. I fear my head was still nodding. We desperately seek your counsel for guidance and illumination. Quiet moments passed, and I felt my nerve holding like the breath in my lungs.
What am I asked to do, Kazas?
I thought the dragon almost confused, yet he continued otherwise.
To unwrap the majesty of Drakelrin, to mine the depths of Roxun Sensia's reign, unfurl Rachmydros Vale's twisted impartation, or expound upon Sinvelruthe's fanatical opus, like a common schoolteacher before a class of children.
I withered before his amusement, yet however unwise, I felt a burn to reply. I am no child, Telnarsis. I am Narian Castigue, a human historian of Havensong, and am working with the Elven Council member Kaelian Greyborn. I have a manuscript which speaks of the great Dragon King, Rachnothamos. It is to this end we had hoped that... At this, the beast stirred. His tail swung over our heads as his feet stamped upon the ruins and his claws dug deeply into the ice. His lungs drunk in the air and heated it, thrusting back out instantly in short, dry puffs. So strong were these gusts that they caught the cold atmosphere and formed man-sized whirlwinds that flashed forward and quickly dissipated.
This thing around my feet discourages me of you, Kazas. It causes me reflection upon the inconvenience of our pact, and reminds me of my impatient stomach.
Kazas remained in place. He had not moved once from the boulder.
You have not heard the substance of this request, dragon.
The dragon was disquieted, beginning to pace with rage frothing in his throat.
I will tolerate one more assent, Kazas. See that you regard the arrogance of this human, or any creature or being that would beg for insight into the transcendence of dragonkind.
His voice melded with the fierce winds and pushed me back in my stance. The light of blue frost in his neck kindled in flickers. As I have sincerely recalled this moment, running it through my heart and mind, I am convinced that had I been alone, I would have fled or tried to flee. Yet Kazas looked upon me as he did at the foot of the cavern, and in some small corner of my heart, I felt safe. Thus I swallowed dryly and explained. The parchment we have, or I have, appears to be a copy of an ancient agreement. We have been calling it the Dragon Accord, and believe it to explain something of why our peoples have come to inhabit Terminus. My words did trail off, for during my speech Telnarsis had utterly transformed before us. It was all happening within his eyes, for which the very first time regarded my own, squinting in the whips of wind and torchlight. The dragon suddenly appeared so singularly regal And at once I became aware of just how old this planet is. That even the legendary High Mortal beside me was preceded by dragonkind.
Tell me of this accord, dear human.
Here the fog deepened, and in a moment I felt Telnarsus's wing dip beneath Kazas and I, slipping me slowly away from the Dwarf King. It was effortless and by design. Telnarsus's tone lessened, lifted, and began again before I...
Sharif don't like it? I was thinking Steven Sharif from Ashes of Creation, but now I get it's Rock the Casbah. Sharif don't like it. Rock no thamos. Rock no thamos. I was thinking Steven Sharif. Okay, I got you. It's a good one, Haley. I like that.
I responded.
My, but you have come a long way. Surely this incessant cold is wearing you thin. Perhaps I should tender you a fire. For how can two creatures discuss anything of true importance when so much is required of one?
Gently he blew over a large bowl that had been hidden beneath the snows. Whatever element therein caught instantly. The flame was blue and not too hot, bathing the walls of rock and kind. The dragon drew his tail under his jaw like a scarf and rested it down quite fully at my level. Were it not for his overly hospitable tone, I should have screamed.
Now, brave Narian, have you this document fully intact? I should like to give it my rapt attention and read it for myself.
Before I could hint at a response, an enormous hammer fell before my face, severing the cordial air between Telnarsus and myself.
We're finished here, Narian,
Kazas rumbled. In what I can only describe as a moment of black, primal terror, I watched as the dragon leapt up on its hind legs, unfurling its wings with a deep, shrieking roar.
No one decides for me, dwarf.
Kazas threw me to the side, almost tossing me into the cave hole we had first exited from. Despite the dragon's raging, his own posture was tranquil, alarmingly so, if not for his size and presence.
There is no supposition upon your sovereignty, Telnarsus.
Kazas spun the massive hammer in his hands with a short, blurred twist before bringing it up to rest against his shoulder.
Nor should there be upon mine.
The crouched dragon fused his eyes upon the Dwarven King, constraining his breath to violent bursts.
You entreat me with ploys of insignificance, doubting my discernment. This night has been a predictable dwarven snare.
That is not the truth, Kazas offered.
The truth is as I see it.
Telnarsus's eye flashed on me and held my gaze.
And so shall it be in the eyes of every last rivalrine upon Nistirok. Every watcher, ender, protector, devourer, and even the Rainborn themselves shall cover the sky and ground like the all-consuming breath of the Dragon King. When word goes forth that an inquisitive, ignorant human has his wretched fingers clutched around even a copy of Roknelthamos' signet tongue, the empire of his people will be turned to ash and bone to retrieve it.
His tongue sloshed in thick, dripping saliva within the carriage of his teeth. His eyes returned to Kazas.
And thus shall it be visited upon by every race who availed him in this ignominious pursuit.
I confess this tirade reduced me to quivering, and I knelt against the passage wall in ardent supplication. With closed eyes, I merely waited for either of these great beings to loose the first strike.
What happened?
Yet the contrary came swiftly.
Oh,
You shall raise alarm amongst the dragons. Kazas's ease remained invincible. Tell me, Telnarsis, have you regarded your place among them? At this riposte, the beast winced, and something inside him healed, briefly. I wonder if they will perceive the quality of your intentions this night as favorably as we have. Whatever knowledge Kazas spoke from, the effect of these words wore heavily on the dragon. Telnarsis said nothing for a moment, then with a sudden heaviness, drew back up the frosted steps of his disrepaired dwelling.
Depart, dwarf, while I still harbor restraint.
Kazas lowered his head slightly to acknowledge. He slid back the hammer to its hold and pulled his cloak back over the crown of his head. In a moment, it all seemed to be finished. Yet in one last outreach, Kazas turned in reconciliation. It was never my intention to address you so, Telnarsis. I shall not boast of it. Fury woke again, manifesting in a terrifying blaze from the mouth of the serpent.
Enough,
he roared. In turn, we committed ourselves to a swift journey back down the stone passage, and the dragon's final words chased after us.
Never again will I permit your miserable kind to trespass my lands, dwarf. May the coming plague swallow you whole.
I ran at dangerous speed down the caves, but never hesitated. Soon we found ourselves at the foot of the cliffs, once more in sight of the night and snow. I burst through the doorway, gasping for breath, though my lungs burned from the cold. I was just permitting myself to feel safe. Then I noticed the blood everywhere. Pools of old blood and one fresh river flowing to me. But the stench was vile and unlike the sticky metallic scent of a slaughterhouse. I looked up, aghast, and saw Relsiren, his face to the cliffs with the obsidian sword on his shoulder, dripping wet. He was silent until Kazas exited, then cleaned and sheathed his weapon, confessing, "We have no more time." As I stood, I saw the bodies, 3 of them, split open in various ways and one severed cleanly in half. These creatures looked human, but yet strangely withered, like all water had been drained out of their corpse. Their armor was light, weapons heinous yet sleek. Their arms and legs bore wrappings of wet cloth. Disregarding the dead entirely, Kazas was looking to the cliffs as he strode past me. "The Hill Watcher," he whispered. Standing before the wide disk of the moon was a silhouette. Even high upon the cliffs, he appeared a menacing version of these 3 assailants at our feet. Yet about him emanated a distortion, like that of extreme heat. It made the moon itself seem to shake. His arms were folded and he stared down at us, unflinching. In his face burned 2 eyes of black flame, but with a tainted greenish hue, indeed giving the color of a pale, ill appearance. He spoke a word that started like a whisper, but ended in a scream. After a few seconds of observation, he turned away and disappeared over the cliffs. The moon regained its composure. "He is prodding us," Relsiren commented, just then letting his gaze slip back down to us. "They are not ready for war. Not on our lands." "No," Kazas replied, "but neither, I fear, are we." At this, we departed out from under the shadow of the watching eyes in the cliffs, back to the snows, the boat, and Kadasa. Of that journey, I have informed no one but you, Kaelian, and of Kazas I permit myself to give only the most discreet, knowing glances, though he has not been seen in Kadasa for nearly a week, as I'm told. What these events mean for our guest, I am not certain, though I am all more convinced it is vital in every regard, and commit to you its continued safekeeping. Be warned and encouraged, friend. Narian Castigue, 474 IH.
All right, stream. That is it for me. I have to head out. I gotta get up early. I need to get a few hours sleep. I have a long drive ahead of me tomorrow. Regardless, those of you that are still here, I hope you guys enjoyed your time. I enjoyed tonight's stream. I'm glad I decided to do this. I learned a few things. Anyhow, next stream, which will probably be Tuesday. Are we going to jump into Pantheon? We might jump into Pantheon. I mean, the update's coming Wednesday, the next day. There's a good chance we could see Badia Dakara. We'll see what's going on. Anyhow, I wish you guys a good weekend. It's going to suck that I don't have internet for the next 3 days, but whatever. I will try to get back. That's true, or there'll be a character wipe. That's true. If they do a wipe next Wednesday, I don't know what to do. Do I want to start at level 1? I mean, new gear and new stats is one thing, but I don't know if I want to do it from level 1. Maybe level 10? Maybe even 15? No, 10 would be fine. That gets us into the Goblin Cave. I don't know. I guess we'll have to figure something out for Tuesday. Well, we'll have to see who's playing come Wednesday, because if they do another character wipe or what have you, we'll probably lose more people. I don't see more people coming back with the wipe next week. So, you know, although with that said, if some people stop playing, maybe they're people, you know, that we don't want to be playing the game currently anyhow. So there's always that. Anyhow, you guys have yourselves a good evening. You guys enjoy the weekend, and we'll see you on the next stream. Take care.